They may not hear you yet. I haven't. I'm just now
And
clicking.
good morning, Ian, and good morning, Miss Carol. I'll
Keep
say it
saying it
again.
until I tell you to stop. I'll tell you just in a minute. I don't. I am. I hit live, but it takes a
And
minute.
I
What happened?
never knew about this whole story.
I never knew about it either.
I didn't know nothing about it at all. And
Now,
my beautiful bride has arrived. I probably woke her up.
good morning,
I got
beautiful.
dogs barking everywhere in the house.
Good morning, Shauna.
She's probably not happy. She's fine, she said.
Sorry.
I'm fine.
Good
I
morning,
get
Carol.
my voice is loud, and
Well, yeah. Brenda
when
and
I
I.
get to talking, it's like, okay, we went from one deal to another, and I made the really bad mistake this morning of getting up like at 5:30, 05:30, and watching Taking Chance. And if you're an American and you've never seen that movie,
That's the one where he takes him home, right?
yeah, the Marine Corps kid from Du Bois, Wyoming, they took him home. He took him home, and that's a bad deal to start
Why
your
did
day
you do
with.
that?
That's a bad deal to start your day with.
Why did
If
you
you
do
want to
that?
end your day with like a crying movie, that's a good crying movie.
Why did you do that? You knew better.
I I've known better for years, but
Still
they're
do it.
my people, so I can't help it. So
I don't know if I've ever seen that, but I
I
do know
clicked
about it.
on something and it popped it up, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'll just watch that this morning while I'm researching what we were talking about, what we are going to talk about. And it sucked me in.
So, yeah,
I got into the vortex.
those emotional movies will do that. Ian, I'm
Well,
glad to see
that
you.
one's hard for me.
We
So if my eyes are red, that's the reason.
well, my wife can tell you that I got very little sleep last night too. I think I slept for about an hour and a half,
Oh heck.
and then I got up.
Were you hurting?
Well, I don't know, not too bad. Well, a little bit, but not too bad. It's just I don't know. I just
Where's
didn't.
the moon at right now? Is it big?
I think it's I think it's a new moon actually, so it's like the reverse full moon. Maybe that's maybe I would get a reverse full moon
Maybe
problem.
you're a reverse lunatic.
What would that be? Carol, you're a teacher. What would a reverse lunatic be? What's the reverse of lunatic? Good
Because
morning, Tina.
I am a 100% convinced lunatic. When the full moon is out, I don't sleep. I don't nothing.
All right, everybody, Ian, put your books under your desk. Get your pencil and paper out. Let's see if you studied that. In what year did the event take place of which I'm going to speak today? Mark is pointing and talking to somebody. Ian said,
Sorry, I was talking to my wife about who ate and who didn't eat this morning for dogs. Because I've been up a long time. And I fed dogs, and some of them.
Heck, if I'd known you were up too, we could have both just got online and sat here and talked till the showtime
started. About that Crazy Horse book.
Ian said, was it 1917? Ian, I thought you said you studied.
Oh, no, not 1917, buddy.
Carol says, would that be a solar tick? Solar tick? That don't even sound good. Solar tick.
That That sounds like some kind of ectoparasite you don't want to get.
That's what I was thinking. A dog tick or a deer tick. So,
Deer tick, Lone Star tick, wood tick. Name the tick. Hey, I got dogs fighting.
Ian said like a solar flare. I haven't slept much either, but since it says 1919 in the description, I'll go with that. Ding, 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 ding. Carol got it.
That's a way better answer.
Ian said he stayed for 1 minute. Here, I thought you're all excited. You were here early.
I thought he got up like an hour and a half early just to like research the topic.
I did too. I tell you what.
It's a cool topic. I never thought I'd ever talk about this. Ever.
Because you never knew about it.
I didn't know about it. I know about the highway.
You know about the highway.
I've been on it a gazillion miles, but I didn't know about the subject.
Yeah, look at what Smart at, what he put in here. I have to work. I know that's a lost memory for you. Ian, I'm glad I lost. Mostly.
And I told Tim this morning that it's like silk scarf weather now in Wyoming.
So guess what that means, guys?
That means it's back.
It's back. What about you, Ian? What's the weather like in your part of the country?
I hope he's warm. I hope he's warmer than we are.
I bet he's not much. Well, he could be, but I bet he's not much.
It was 31 here this morning when I got up. 31 degrees.
I think at 3 a.m. this morning it was 60 here, according to that.
Oh my God!
Well, I thought that meant.
And I think that's grosser than 31, personally. But
I do too, because I was hoping that was a sign that it was going to go down deeper, but I think that's where it stopped. It is low 50s in the morning, a little crisp, but that wouldn't be silk scarf weather, I don't think.
No, you don't have to have this stupid thing on your neck then. And I'm sitting in the house.
Are we missing anybody? You know, the rapture. Well, Mike and
Diane aren't here.
I suppose that's a possibility. I can't believe you said that.
The rapture was supposed to happen.
It was supposed to happen, what, Tuesday or Wednesday, I think. Maybe Thursday, I don't know.
Oh my goodness!
Last time I heard, now I'm going to apologize right up front if it offends. Sorry, but the guy that predicted it this time said it was going to be Tuesday. Well, let's say it was going to be Wednesday. I don't remember which day. He said it was going to be Wednesday or Thursday. He was kind of giving himself a little leeway. Serious. I don't remember which 2 days, but he said it's either going to be Tuesday or Wednesday. Which I thought was kind of giving you I think. I could say that too.
That may be one of the funniest things I've ever heard. It might be Tuesday or it might be Wednesday, the rapture.
I'll tell you how mean, Brenda. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to. Again, I hope I'm not offending too terribly bad. If I am, I apologize. My wife sent her mother a note first thing the next morning, said, "You still with us?" And she answered.
Oh my God.
Brenda, I'm sorry.
I miss those hillbilly people. I miss them. I don't have any. I don't have any around me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's hard for me to deal with the grandeur that I live in and not have a hillbilly or two around me.
Oh, that's true.
I got a lot of people that are very, very, very extremely rural people.
But they ain't hillbillies.
But they ain't hill folk.
They ain't hill folk. That's different. It's a whole different thing.
It's a whole different deal. Are you still with us?
Is that Brenda? Did I not tell the truth? She said she said no one knows the hour of or the day he would come as a thief in the night. I'm not going to say anything else. I remember in 2012 they interviewed a Mayan calendar expert, and they said, "What is the end of the calendar?"
Stop! You can't walk on your lap like that. Stop.
Everybody take a drink of coffee.
Everybody take a sip of coffee.
Oh, and speaking of that, Tina, I'm drinking Utica coffee this morning. I meant to tell you that.
Or a Monster Energy or whatever you're drinking. Monster Energy, coffee, whatever.
Whatever my sponsor is.
Oh my goodness gracious.
That's coffee Tina sent me in the care package last week. So
my beautiful bride has decorated the home, and
wait a minute. He can't walk. He remembered in 2012 they interviewed a Mayan calendar expert and said, "What does it mean at the end of the calendar?" And what does the end of the calendar mean? The expert said, "Means you have to start the calendar over."
Okay, my ribs hurt already this morning. You need to stop.
Excellent answer. How is it? It's good, Tina. It's real good. I had yesterday's cup. I have to confess, was mixed. That's why I hadn't mentioned it sooner, because last week I had just filled my grinder up with something else, and I didn't want to dump that out and start over. So the first batch I had yesterday I had a little bit of both in it. Today it's just Utica. It's good. I like it. I liked it before though. I don't know if it's the same roast that you sent before, but I'll tell you what was really good when I popped it out of the package when you shipped it. And the first thing I did was sniff those bags, and oh my God, I about had I thought it was the second coming or something. I thought I was wrapped, and they smell good. I love fresh roasted coffee. Oh man, good.
So,
hey, there's the caffeinated
right,
hey,
right in this region, right here.
What?
I said we were talking about like decorating the home.
Oh yeah, here that's new.
Right in this region.
Yeah. Right in there.
I don't know how to move my hand.
You're close. You were right there.
There we go, right there. My beautiful bride painted that painting. It's a cat.
Did she just do that this week?
Sitting on a limb with a moon behind it. That's Halloweeny stuff, and she decorated the whole house with Halloween stuff yesterday.
Oh, Halloween is so bad. I went into
and it's not even.
Well, it's almost
October 1st yet. We're still in September.
Yeah, but at least it's close to October. It's not like some people start it
and she loves that. She loves that Halloween time of the year. And we had a whole shelf of like little angelic figurines, little angel figures. And I'm like, well, how are you gonna like blend those together? And she took them all down and put them away somewhere.
I walked into Lowe's.
I love that woman. We can go from Christian to pagan instantly, just
like that.
Yep.
I walked into Lowe's the other day, and there was like a hole from the door entranceway all the way across the back front side of the building to the Home and Garden Center, which is an outside door, and it was all Halloween stuff. They had a blow up Halloween skeleton that was almost to the ceiling in the Lowe's, the warehouse kind of store. I'm not kidding you. It was huge.
That is not a term you use regularly. A blow up Halloween skeleton.
Well, no, not regular. Wait a minute, I gotta catch up.
She makes her own like hanging down like ghosts and things that like we hang out in the yard. Let me rephrase that. She hangs out in the yard, and the wind's like screaming, and it's like, well, where are they going to go?
I gotta catch up here. Oh, it's the anniversary.
It's gonna be one of those shows where I end up with like a broken rib in the deal.
Yeah, you might. It is true. Okay, I've forgotten about that. I was just talking to Brenda about that.
Excuse me.
There was a PBS documentary they did. I can't remember which Frontline or somebody did, and I just recorded that the other night about Helene, and I haven't watched it yet. I saw it part of it when it was on before last year, but wait a minute. Rhonda said it's been all over the news. That's Helene. Something about pretty bad to the east of me as well, though that didn't. Not of her. I thought she said something about me, but that hadn't made the news. I'm trying to figure out why were you going to be on the news, but.
So is it supposed to make landfall soon?
I don't know.
I saw it was swirling around out there.
Oh, that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, a hurricane. A hurricane. A hurricane. I didn't know they named it Helene.
Helene was last year's.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that's the one that like tried to kill all of our people.
Yeah. So Kay's the one that's over. That would be.
Kay would be the one that would be most in danger.
Oh, Rhonda said she can't stay long. Coffee said I'm back way up here. I was trying to catch up with what I missed there.
Humberto.
Humberto.
That's the one that's that's the one that's like swirling off the East Coast.
Ian, if you're talking about the Halloween pagan versus Christian in this case, yeah, they are intertwined, but one don't like to talk about that so much.
It's just like this.
Yeah.
Santa Claus. It's just like this.
She said her topping is awesome this morning. It's okay, Rhonda. Mine's been real bad lately too. I mean, real bad. I'm sure that when I was at UT, they had a down towards Oak Ridge. The Wildlife Society used to go help with a haunted cave, and they did. It was on private property. Some guy down there. It's called Cherokee. They called it Cherokee Caverns, I think, or Cherokee Cave or something. Anyway,
come in here and get some rabies.
Yeah,
that'll haunt you
for a
little while.
The Wildlife Society helped out because they paid them to do it. So that was a fundraiser for the Wildlife Society. People like to recall their history, just not their full history. That's very true, Ian. Very, very true. Umberto sounds like a blackjack dealer wouldn't trust. I was saying he sound like Umberto.
Hold on.
Stop.
We can't walk on the ends laugh. All
right.
That was a good one.
It was. Rhonda, if you're still here, I hope y'all. I'm gonna try to get started just because you said you had to leave early. So let me at least open it up here. What did I miss?
I'm just still laughing about Ian's comment and then Tina's response. Oh, okay. I'm back.
You're back. Okay. Okay, let's see here. What was I doing? Adding the screen. Okay, guys, we're going to talk about something I thought was kind of cool. I think I've heard about.
Never even heard of before.
I think I had heard about it one time, but I didn't know anything about it. I had forgotten all about it if I did know about it until I found it the other day. So we're going to talk about.
We're going to talk about stuff we don't know nothing about.
Well, I've studied a little bit.
So have I.
Carol says, "Don't make Tim laugh and speak the good coffee." Tina and Chuck sending. That is possible, Carol. That happens. I do spew coffee from time to time. Ian's going, no, Ian, don't do that. He's going to cut back on his humor.
Okay. It's going to be one of those kind of days.
If Ian's going to be here, you may want to switch to the cheap coffee. Well, okay. It's too late for this batch, though, Carol. I've already made it. I mean, I'm not going to not drink it, so, I'll have to take my chances. I know it was Ike in the military yeah, it was. But it wasn't the only one. And I found out as I studied and researched more. They actually did a couple of these to see how they would work. This was the biggest one, though. And this was the one Ike was on, which made it, that's probably why it caught White. Something I did made this pop up in my search window the other day. And so then I started reading about it and becoming more and more, this a couple of weeks ago, more and more interested in it. So that's how I got here. But this is the convoy of 1919. There were shorter convoys prior to this, but this was the big one for a couple reasons, because this was right after World War I. Our soldiers were back from the war. Our equipment some of it at least came back from the war. And the military was trying to figure out a way to surplus some of its equipment, so they were showing it off for people who wanted to buy it. That's the truth. And or might surplus it out, and so they could get newer stuff. And
this is the history of truck driving, basically. Literally. When I started looking for information about it, it said the beginning of truck driving in the United States of America.
Kind of true. Yeah, that's kind of true. Okay, let's see what's on that page.
Who like drive me insane every day.
Yeah.
So I can blame these son of a bucks.
You can blame these guys right here. They did it. This is the long haul trucker started right here.
The long haul trucker started in 1919.
Yeah, we had a convoy in. We sure did. Okay, 1919. I'm going to bore you with a few fun facts. Information. Federal government in 1919. The president was Woodrow Wilson. The vice president was Thomas R. Marshall. Chief Justice Edward Douglas White. Speaker of the House of Representatives was Champ Clark from Missouri. Frederick H. Gillett was Republican, Massachusetts. Oh, let me back up. Speaker of the House was Champ Clark, and until March 4th when it changed over to Frederick Gillett. Then Congress, the 65th Congress, until they started over after March 4th to the 66th Congress, which I thought was confusing as it was. Chris Christopherson. Well, what are we talking about, Chris Christopherson?
Oh, he passed, dude.
I knew that. I was sad about it.
I'm
one
very
of the first
sad
albums
about
I
it.
ever bought was whoop. Dang, hang on, man. I lost everybody. One of the first albums I ever bought was a Chris Christopherson album.
He was a ranger, and then he was a helicopter pilot.
And he was a helicopter pilot. You know, that's how he got his country music career started. And it's no joke. He landed his Huey in Johnny Cash's backyard and gave him a tape. Said, "Listen to this, damn it!" And Cash listened to it, and then he said, "Come down to the studio."
Seriously.
He couldn't. You know, when you do music,
because he was flying like in Vietnam, and
yeah.
he was before that he was a ranger.
Yeah, I don't know how the switch came, but then he was a helicopter pilot, and he was flying helicopters here for the Air Guard, I believe, after he got out, and
he landed in Johnny Cash's yard
and dropped off a cassette tape that he had made with some of his music on it to Johnny Cash and said, "Here, you know, damn it, listen to this," and he did, and he called him in and said, "Hey, how about coming down to the studio?" That's a true story. I heard Christopherson tell that myself. Tina, I think, is agreeing with me, but I'm not sure.
Ian,
I'm hurt, Ian. That means if you're going to check that.
I was distraught.
Yeah, I wasn't. I was sad. I really liked
all the people that like I grew up loving are going.
Okay, I'm gonna get struck down one more time here.
Don't get struck down.
One of the first albums I ever bought, I think this was the title, but this was the first song on the album, was "Jesus Was a Capricorn." And I can remember some of the words, and that's been a long time ago.
That's been a long time ago, buddy.
Organic foods. He's something about loving something and wore some kind of shoes. Wore no shoes. Okay, guys, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment. Apparently, all these help.
I may not be able to take today's show. I've been laughing more than talking.
I'll try to behave. Okay, back to this.
No, it's not. I'm reading the comments, and you mean when we visited Johnny Cash's house, I could have given him a tape of my singing.
Well, Kay, maybe.
Very possibly, Kay. And you could have been a big star.
Maybe. But just driving up in your car or a tour bus might not be as impactful as a helicopter landing.
As landing a military Huey helicopter in
whoop, 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 whoop.
that you were off task.
Little.
Oh.
Yeah, Christoph.
You will have to go back.
Okay, I did the.
Okay, I'm going to breathe now.
Damn it. Stay off that button. Sorry, guys. My language and my fingers. Okay, I looked this up because I'll tell you a little bit more about why I looked it up. But a trip across the country in 1919, you could go by train, and it says between 4 days and a week, depending on the route, the number of stops, and the specific class of service. Because there were faster express trains with fewer stops if you wanted to pay the extra money for that. And that might make it in as little as 83 hours, which is just a little over 3 days. However, if you drove it in a truck in 1919 across the Lincoln Highway, it takes 62 days.
So yeah, so I read that like from eastern Nebraska to the western side of Nevada.
Hey, good morning, T-Town Mary Ellen. Welcome in.
It wasn't paved at all.
No, I don't think
it was just a dirt road from eastern Nebraska to, and believe me, I've driven that many gazillions of times.
I've been on part of that.
On pavement. And it takes a long time on pavement. I can't even imagine, like, from eastern Nebraska, like Lincoln, all the way over to Reno, Nevada, on the west side of Nevada, it being a dirt road.
At best, it was a dirt road. It wasn't even a dirt road.
And it wasn't a good dirt road.
Oh, yeah.
And depending on the time of year, it was really not a good dirt road.
No, they found that out too. I just wrote, because we're talking about 1919, I threw some things in there. A sad moment on January 6th, Theodore Roosevelt, the 26th president of the United States, died in his sleep at the age of 60. I knew he died early, but I thought he would live a little.
My favorite president.
His funeral was held on January 8th at the Christchurch, Oyster Bay, Long Island. And I just included that part because it was in the text of the thing. January 15th, I never heard of this. This was kind of weird. The Boston, this is all 1919, mind you. The Boston molasses disaster. A wave of molasses released from an exploding storage tank swept through Boston, killing 21 and injuring 150.
Wow.
What a sticky mess that must have been. Killed 21 people.
Can you imagine being killed in a molasses accident?
No, I can't. That's crazy. Had anybody heard of that one? See, I'm just full of things I never heard of today. I never heard of that. That's a big deal. And I mean, how much molasses does have to be coming down the road? And the truth is, when they say slower than
ground in it.
Slower than molasses, though, I mean, you'd think you could outrun it. I mean, seriously. I'm crippled, and I think I could probably outrun molasses, but maybe not.
But maybe they were right there at the boiler or something.
Well, maybe that's what I'm thinking. It must have been that kind of disaster. 21 people. I mean, mate, that's just wow.
Holy fuck.
On January 16th, the 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution authorizing prohibition goes into effect in the United States. Now, it took a little bit more for that because they had to also approve or sign in the not the whole what was in that? There's another part of that before prohibition totally kicked in, but it's about to kick in. So here we are setting off on a trip across country, and there ain't no drinking and driving because alcohol's out illegal.
Well, there was plenty of.
Well, I know
there was plenty of alcohol available.
Yeah,
it just wasn't legal anymore.
Tina says it was like hot tar. It must have been. I mean, we're laughing, Tina. I'm sorry, but I agree. It'd be like.
I'm not poking fun.
It'd be like getting tarred and feathered. I mean, it'd be like pouring. If it was hot, it'd be terrible.
It'd just burn you up.
Yeah, and suffocate you at the same time. On February 26th, the Grand Canyon National Park was created, which I thought was a really cool thing to put in there.
Of 1919.
1919, yes. All these are 1919.
So Teddy had just passed.
Yeah.
And then they created Grand Canyon, which was one of his like big
deals. He wanted to get done. Yeah. And we can thank him mostly for national parks because he's the one that really fought for that.
I mean, he started it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, cool.
To go back to the thing I said, think about the trains again. This is an example of the map. And I know you can't see a lot of detail here, but all the red lines and stuff on this map are railroads, not roads, not highways. This is
But
not.
there's the Lincoln Highway. I can draw out the Lincoln Highway with railroads.
Well, yeah, you could out your way. It does. It traces the Northern Pacific, right? Or
UP.
goes along parallel with it.
Union Pacific.
Union Pacific. What did I say? Northern?
You did.
Okay, Union. Anyway, I threw that in there because of that. That's all the railroads. No roads, nay. Not highways.
These are all railroads.
Yeah, that was supposed to be 1919. Now I couldn't see it that well to study.
And you could drive from New York to San Francisco in 3 days.
Carol, that is a really good point right there. You know, that molasses may have been being it's a tough crowd today.
But for some liqueurs, a little molasses is needed.
I just wonder if that molasses accident had anything to do with distilling rum or something. That could have been what happened. I should have researched that more, because they definitely. I mean, molasses was used to make rum and probably other things too.
Make a lot of liquors.
Yeah.
Actually. Interesting.
All right, Carol, that's your assignment. You got to look and see if the molasses accident had anything.
History is history.
History is history. Okay, let's see. I thought this was interesting, considering what was going on with these convoys. Well, first off, June 4th, women's rights. The United States Congress approved the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which would guarantee suffrage to women. And they sent it to the U.S. states for ratification, which didn't take too terribly long. And was it Wyoming the first one to vote it in, or were they?
We were, and it was in the 1800s.
Oh, that's right. That's when they started voting, was the 1800s. I think
we allowed women to vote 25 years probably before it was national. And you know, it was part about population and part about how people out here viewed women compared to other places.
Hey, cool, Kay. There you go. There you got something now you can always remember.
And then
go ahead.
Every now and again, my dumbass son will say something like, "We should never have given them the ability to vote."
I'm going to guess that his wife or your wife's not around.
And my wife will like rip him a new one over that.
His mother.
Rightfully so. And he just does it to poke the bear.
It's the June
He only says that to poke the bear.
Rhonda, you're absolutely correct. For the Nash Nation, no one gave or allowed. You're right. They earned it. Now, but Wyoming was allowing women to vote a long time before the rest of the country.
Long time before the rest of the country.
And I think...
Which is why we're called the equality state. I'm
pretty sure Tennessee was the last state to ratify that. Go figure.
So I've lived in the first one and the last one.
You have. I'm pretty sure.
I was born in the last one.
Yeah.
And on purpose, I live in the first one now. But there's only like 7 of them.
Well, that's a point well taken, Rhonda. I agree. June 15th, Pancho Villa attacked Juarez. And I never have figured out how you say that word. Ciudad in Spanish.
Ciudad.
See, Dad? Well, that's what I was going to
See
say.
ya, Dad. So,
Wrong.
see ya, Dad. Yeah. Yeah, he invaded our country.
Yeah, he did.
At Los Palamos, which means the pigeons. Los Palamos. And I have crossed the border there a gazillion times, going down to look for my
turkeys,
study birds that were 2 hours to the west of there. But yeah, many times at Las Palomas. That's what I'm trying to say. And yeah, he that's when Patton got involved.
Yeah, and wasn't
Patton was sent down there as I think 3rd Cavalry Regiment.
Well, Pershing, Blackjack Pershing was down there too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so the 10th were still down there, and young George Patton, who was like a lieutenant, maybe. I think he was a first lieutenant.
Well, he went to West Point, so he probably wasn't.
Was sent to Las Palomas to chase down Pancho Villa.
Okay, in June, this is important too for this
Horses to tanks.
On June 28th, the Treaty of Versailles was signed, officially ending World War II. And that's part of this whole thing too, because one of the reasons this is happening, this trip happened, was because they were showing, it was all about showing the American people the importance of roads for strategic purposes, and the up and coming military vehicles was going to be the thing of the future, kind of. And they come home after World War One, and that's part of what got this going. July 7th, the U.S. Army's expedition to cross America, called the First Transcontinental Motor Convoy, what we're talking about today, started in Washington, D.C. The expedition was to determine how well troops could be moved from one side of the country to the other by the use of motor vehicles, and much more than that. It was also drumming up, I don't know how to say this, and they were trying to show that funding would be needed. This was something that the military was going to need to have done. There was a lot of things like that.
And what milepost was it? 0.
Where it started, 0. That's another. I got a picture of that.
Milepost 0.
Carol said from Google AI, while the molasses in the tank was not exclusively for making rum at the time of the collapse, the looming prohibition law heavily influenced the company's reckless decisions. I wondered about that.
Oh, my wife's going to love this last one that you got down here.
Oh, yeah, that's why I put it in there. I put that in there for her.
She ain't going to love it. But we just watched the best baseball game we've watched in our lives last night.
Really?
So,
well, we're talking about that.
It was a great one. It might have not been the best one, but it was pretty great.
Here's something I didn't know about either, and I'm really kind of embarrassed about this one, not knowing this happened. July 21st of that year, Wingfoot Air Express crash. The Goodyear dirigible airship Wingfoot Air Express caught fire and went down over Chicago and crashed into the Illinois Trust and Savings Building, which I assume is one of their skyscrapers. 2 passengers, 1 crew member, and 10 people on the ground were killed, and 2 people parachuted to the ground for safety.
Parachuted?
That's what it said. So I'm trying to figure out why the other people
we didn't even have them then.
Well, we had some, just not very many, and not very much, and they weren't. Well, it was a dirigible, and I don't know about the fire part because we didn't use I don't think
they
we
just
used.
grabbed a big sheet and jumped out.
Oh, you mean parachutes? Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
actually,
was talking about parachutes because
no,
they didn't
actually
really
they were.
develop them until World War II.
No, they were actually started using them towards the end of World War One. A few people did. They tried them. Sometimes I don't know if they always worked, but a lot of the pilots didn't have them in World War One. But a few were starting to work on developing a parachute. So there were some, but not many, and that's probably why maybe only 2 people got out. But I never heard of that crash, and I like to brag that I've flown in a Goodyear blimp, which I have. But this was a dirigible, which is a little bit different. This would be a rigid frame airship, not a blimp. A blimp is envelopes and
Right.
filled with helium and no
No
superstructure.
struts or nothing.
Yeah. So I don't know. I didn't look
That,
that up either, but
I'd love to know if they had just like a couple big umbrellas and jumped out.
Carol, since she didn't know about that crash either, I always thought that the first Goodyear crash happened in the late 20th century, and that wasn't that wind related, Carol? I'm not sure about that. I have to look that up. I gotta go back and look. I just never heard of that one. September 6th, the U.S. Army's Transcontinental Motor Convoy Expedition. I like how they called it an expedition. Finally ended in San Francisco. So they started on July 7th and they ended on September 6th. If you add it up, that's supposed to be 62 days. Officially on October 28th,
That's
Prohibition
when
began.
Prohibition began.
They passed it. Oh, there it is, the Volstead Act. And Woodrow Wilson tried to veto it and apparently was overridden. So I bet those guys in Congress never got reelected. Well, you bet. Whoever overrode his
Oh,
veto.
I'll guarantee you. And
I,
lots of
I just
people
really
died
wonder.
over that deal.
Yeah,
So we have little log buildings all over the landscape out here.
you showed me. You showed me one.
And I've shown you some of those. They're just small little log buildings all over western Wyoming. And there were a lot of Italian immigrants that came out here to work in the coal mines. And when they weren't mining coal, they were building shine. and Watch His Bucket was out here like buying it up. Al
Guy from
Capone.
Chicago, Al Capone.
And our local newspaper was called Little Chicago. And it was just because of that, because, they had such a tie to Al Capone and they were Italian immigrants and they built moonshine everywhere out here. And I actually have slept in a cabin many, many times that used to have a basement in it that was a still underneath.
Uh-huh.
It's just like,
I believe
and we think we're from Shine Country, man. They were doing it on a large scale out here.
well, think about that though. Where would be better? There's wide open country, hardly anybody around to bother you.
There was nobody out here. So, couple thousand residents, maybe.
Yeah.
And you could go wherever you wanted to do and do whatever you wanted to do. And so
one of the movies that was about the FBI or the mob or the Untouchables or what?
Oh yeah, with Watch His Bucket.
It was either Kevin Costner or Sean Connery's movie.
It's both of them. It's called The Untouchables.
And they went out. There's part of that movie was about dealing with bootleggers or moonshine that was coming out of Wyoming or something. I think
Canada or Montana or Wyoming or somewhere. They were in the West.
Yeah, somewhere.
Let's go do some good.
Why do people make a point of telling me to get up so we can go places and they are still in bed and stuff? And my wife would ask you that, would say the same thing, except I usually try to get her up for something. That's why Wyoming didn't get good NASCAR drivers, though. They didn't have to run from the authorities. That might be true, Ian. And back here, they had to drive hard.
But we can buck a bull.
That is a fact.
And ride a horse.
Okay, so the last one here, which is for Shauna. Mostly,
this
I put
is for Shauna.
There was a lot of things going on in 2019, but I put this one in there.
Baby Ruthie. Oh, no. You got to come listen.
On December 26th, which I think is important. I think
1919. December 26, 1919.
Babe Ruth was sold by the Boston Red Sox to the New York Yankees for $125,000. That was the largest sum ever paid for a player at that time. The deal was announced on January 6, 1920, and begins the 86-year-long curse of the Bambino.
Yeah. You're darn right it was.
And they broke that.
We are diehard Boston Red Sox fans here. I don't know why.
But you are.
I am a Red Sox. I'm a diehard Red Sox fan because my wife is a diehard Red Sox fan.
There you go.
I was kind of an Astros fan, but I've changed my mind. And after last night's game against the Blue Jays, was it the Blue Jays? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, the Tigers.
Oh, the Tigers. It was against the Detroit Tigers.
And who won? That's important.
The Red Sox won.
Red Sox then.
The Tigers had them down 3-0.
Oh.
And they rallied.
Oh, that's always fun.
And we were like shouting and screaming at the TV and like, yeah.
Is it the Reds?
My wife's asking me what the curse of the Bambino is. She knows what it is.
Oh, well, she knows what it is. But I'll read it to her again if she wants to hear it. I'm trying to remember who Phil follows the Cleveland Guardians of Indians / Guardians. And they have to win out. I don't know if they won last night or not, but I think they're tied. Is it the Red Sox they're tied with?
Well, the Red Sox secured their position in the first time in 5 years, I think, last night. With the win over the Tigers.
Okay.
They secured their place in the playoffs. But the Tigers could also have secured their place if the Astros lost to somebody in some godforsaken team in California.
Do you know if they did or not?
I don't know. I haven't.
Carol says, "Oh boy, that was good news for you and bad news for me, Mark." I guess she's talking about because the Tigers lost.
I don't know that the Tigers are out of it though.
Today's the last day, so those teams. There was 3 or 4 teams there in America, or well, maybe not.
The Red Sox are playing the Tigers again tonight, or this afternoon, and tomorrow afternoon. 3 more games, but
tomorrow also. Okay.
If the Astros lost to, I don't know if it was the Dodgers or the Angels or who it was in California, the Tigers would be in as well.
Okay, here's what Phil sent me yesterday. He says right now, which was yesterday afternoon we were talking, Detroit and Cleveland were tied for first. But Cleveland owns the tiebreaker. So if they ended up Cleveland and Detroit ended up tied, Cleveland wins on basis of a tiebreaker. And Detroit owns the tiebreaker over the Astros for the wild card spot, I think.
Yeah, it was a wild card spot.
Yeah. So that's
so I don't know if the Astros lost or if they won. I wasn't watching that game. So all I know is that Boston got in. They squeaked in.
Chuck said, yeah, Sunday is the last. I'm sorry, Chuck, I misspoke. I thought it was.
And the Astros lost to the Angels. So the Tigers are in as well now.
Ah, okay.
My wife just told me that. She knows this stuff.
I kind of like the Tigers too.
So, Carol.
There you go.
You're in.
Oh, Chuck, I'm sorry, Chuck. I didn't mean to knock that down. Chuck said the first beer brewed, I guess, legally after Prohibition was Utica Club, which is up in their neck of the woods, of course.
The what?
Utica, the first beer that was brewed after Prohibition.
Yeah.
I said legally because I know there was beer being brewed in places, but the first beer, I guess, legally that was brewed after Prohibition ended was a beer called Utica Club. That was just the name of the beer. Utica, made in Utica, New York.
Right.
It was a club beer. Didn't they used to call?
I thought you said he had his first, and I'm like, I know you can't be that old.
No, I don't think that's the case. Giants got eliminated Thursday. Oh, well. Thanks for the info, Shauna. That's from Carol. Okay, so now let's get more serious.
She loves her some baseball. Her husband is a bull riding fanatic. But she loves her some baseball, and I love watching it with her, and we have a good time, and I jump and scream and hop as much as she does. So
there you go. My wife's not a big sports fan, so she doesn't get excited over baseball.
We get way too worked up about it, and it's like watching chess, sorta.
Well, it could be, I guess.
But it's like, I mean, it's what a grand sport.
I like baseball. I just don't watch it as much because
I love it. I love watching it. I love watching football because I like to see guys get just smashed. Because I'm a bull riding guy.
You like to see guys get hurt.
I don't want to see them get hurt like permanently or anything, but
you like to see it when they get up and limp a little.
I like to see them like limp off the field.
Okay. The transcontinental truck motor convoys were early 20th century vehicle convoys, and they actually included 3 U.S. Army truck trains, is another thing they called them, across the United States. One was coast to coast. That's what we're going to talk about. From the East Coast to the West Coast. I don't know why I put that in there. The 1919 Motor Transport Corps. That's another thing. The Motor Transport Corps was a division of the Army, and that was another thing that they did this to highlight that group to the American public. They went from Washington to San Francisco on what was then the very incomplete Lincoln Highway. So
look at those beautiful vehicles. Can you imagine how uncomfortable those would be?
Mile after mile after mile.
Like 5 miles a day or whatever they were making.
Yeah, they started out in July in Washington, D.C., the most humid time of the year, probably. And those things, none of these had air conditioners on them, I promise you that. Like they didn't even have roll-up windows.
They didn't even have like a front windshield.
No, these didn't.
So I heard they drove from Washington up to
Fredericksburg
in Maryland.
First day.
And picked up the Lincoln Highway there. and then
Yeah,
went
I think
all the
so.
way to the coast.
All the way to the West Coast in 62 days.
62 days of riding in one of those things. Oh
So
my
something that
goodness.
started.
But think of the things they saw.
Oh, Mal. And you know what? So a lot of these guys that were in this convoy probably never seen anything like wide open country of the
Oh
West.
no.
They were probably Eastern and city kids, and I mean
Yeah,
a lot of that kind of stuff.
they'd never seen a sagebrush or a jackrabbit or a pronghorn or
Not to mention a jackalope or
or a jackalope or an elk or whatever.
and dirt roads to. I'm going to say it again: dirt to no road almost. The Lincoln Highway was almost more in the imagination of the highway builders of that time. It was planned and they were going to build it and they had started it, but it was a long way from being finished. I mean, it was a 2-track wagon trail out Mark's Way, probably.
Yeah, like 3/4 of the road was
Yeah,
just a 2-track.
yeah, wagon track at that, not
Which,
really cars.
which is my kind of road, but
Yeah, but
anyway.
this was a different time. Wasn't the Oregon Trail done in less than that? Well, I think it was.
And it followed the Oregon Trail.
Yeah, some of them
It followed one of the routes that went to California.
Right, because that's where it was going.
It sort of kind of followed the Oregon Trail.
And the Oregon, if people
it
have heard
diverted
the
from
Oregon,
the north stuff, like at Independence Rock and all that. But
I'd have to pull a book out, Ian. But I think usually if you were going to take the Oregon Trail, you'd leave. Well, here's the thing: they didn't leave from Washington. This started in Washington D.C. Oregon Trail kind of got counted as leaving in St. Joe, Missouri, or around St. Louis, and they would start in late spring if they could, because they had to get across the mountains before it snowed. So
go up to Laramie.
Yeah,
Fort Laramie, not Laramie. Go up to Fort Laramie. Go up to North Platte River, up to Independence Rock, over South Pass, through my country, up over the mountain here to the west of me, and then they would branch off and go, if they were Mormons, they would go a certain direction. If they were
they'd go south.
If they were going to California, they went a certain direction. If they were going to Oregon, they went a certain direction. But
Oregon, won't nothing grow in Oregon?
Won't nothing grow there. Why in the world would you want to go to Oregon?
So anyway, back to the background of this thing. The United States had started something called the Good Roads Movement, or there was something started in the United States. I'm not sure if it's totally official. In the late 19th century, and this began because bicycles started being popular. People were suddenly able to hop on a bicycle and pedal themselves around, and that was a big deal at the time. And so they required better road surfaces than, say, a wagon or a carriage road, because two wheels, gravel, certain kinds of gravel and two wheels, that's not good. And I know some of us, and I certainly know I have had many wrecks on a two-wheeler on a gravel road. The development of the automobile and their increased use resulted in the formation of the United States Good Roads Association and various individual cross-country trips by individual vehicles, followed by the first transcontinental trip by a convoy of vehicles, which is what we're talking about. But there was also one, and this I thought was really cool. There was one in 1915. It was a 4-month trip, and this started August 25th and ended at the Panama Pacific International Exposition in San Francisco. But this went across the southern route. So again, weather was kind of different, but it was a whole different thing, because this one had a large film crew. And if anybody paid attention to my name, the answer to that trivia question is in this paragraph. The film crew completed the what they call the 3 mile picture show because the film that they shot for this to make into like a documentary was actually 3 miles long, 3 miles worth of film, and they named it that. The film was directed by Henry Osterman, um, who was a consul at large for the Lincoln Highway Association, and who personally traveled in a Stutz touring car. There's the hint. Let me open up my notes here real quick. Everybody, just bear with me a momento. Where'd they go?
I ain't gonna steal your thunder.
Go ahead.
I ain't gonna steal your thunder, but there were at least 8 motorcycles on this track.
I'm gonna tell you that in a minute.
Okay. I stole your thunder. I'm sorry.
No, you didn't, but I'm gonna get there. I will get
but they're good ones. They're good ones. All of them were good ones.
Well, there was 2 brands.
I know that, but they were both good ones.
Oh yeah, they were both American. But you know something? Back in 1919, there were like 101 different American motorcycle companies.
Seriously?
Seriously. And they all went away and ended up in 2 and then ended up in 1. And now we're back to 2 again.
But it was the 2 good ones that are my favorites.
Here it is. All right. Here's what I got to tell you about this film, the 3 Mile Picture. So I got to tell you a little bit more about that right after I get a drink.
You're talking about Stutz touring cars. I was going to talk about a motorcycle.
Yeah, well, Stutz touring car is important because that's my name today is Stutz Bearcat. And the Stutz Bearcat was a famous touring car, and there was a TV show about it in the 70s.
I remember it.
I like that show. I was just researching that show a week or 2 ago. Okay. This movie, The 3 Mile Picture Show, the last known existing copy of The 3 Mile Picture Show was in the film storage vaults of the University of Michigan, Carol, having been donated to the university by Henry Osterman and his associate, Gail Hogue. I don't know if that's a Gail male, Gail. It's spelled it Gael. I may not even be pronouncing it right. Excuse me. In 1957, oh, that's an excellent year. Good vintage. The university was contacted. The University of Michigan was contacted by Walt Disney Productions, who wanted to use a part of the film in their movie, The American Highway. When the University of Michigan inspected the film for the first time since it was created in the 1920s, they found it was very deteriorated and very flammable. Fun fact about old films, a lot of them got destroyed because they caught fire. The film and the way they were processed and treated back then, as they got older, they got more and more flammable. So this
seriously?
Yeah, seriously. Look at that's a fact too. You can look that up.
I believe it's a fact. If you
so they shipped this. I was just kidding you. But
the fact that it became increasingly flammable over the years is interesting.
It is. They shipped the dangerous film to Disney, who only wanted to use a few humorous moments to use in their movie, The American Highway, which came out in 1958, by the way. After discussion between the University of Michigan and film restoring folks, the copy of the 3 Mile Picture Show was then said to have been destroyed. And that's the last anybody knows. So we don't know if there was ever a copy made of it, if there was anything out there. They just don't know. I'm guessing that they threw it out in the burn bin or burn barrel and just let her eat. But I don't know. I thought it was interesting that University of Michigan, we have fans here, and Walt Disney, and then this whole event I'm talking about. Well, one of them was all part of that film, and I just thought, wow. So here's a list. Here's a list of some of the events that took place in the 1920 for convoys. The one thing at 1907, the U.S. Army bought their very first truck. I'm not positive, but I think it was a Packard. The boys, I thought this was interesting. The Boy Scouts created the Automobile Merit Badge.
I saw a reference to that.
And somehow that had something to do with all this interest in, I'm not sure, but the military and Boy Scouts were more militaristic back then than they are now. So there was some connection. I'm just not sure exactly what it was. I decided not to dig into that. I was following a lot of rabbits down a lot of holes and chasing squirrels up big trees. And
Thompson Seton was a soldier, man.
Well, yeah. Okay, Packard truck. There was a Packard truck in 1912. A Packard truck carried 3 tons from New York to San Francisco, and I'm assuming that was some kind of solo trip. Don't know what they used or what they did.
Really?
That's what the record says.
Wonder how long that took.
I'm not sure. Again, I didn't.
Because the road would have been even less then.
Oh yeah, that's why I say I don't know what route they took. But again, they ended up in San Francisco, so one can probably assume they went.
Well, they went from New York to San Francisco, so they went right down the road that they took later.
Probably real close to it anyway. 1913, the U.S. Army Alaska expedition used a white motor truck to do something in Alaska. Again, most of these trips were trying to test or prove if these vehicles, worked. The Transcontinental Motor Convoy by film crew, that was in 1915. I think that was the 3 Mile movie. 1916, the first federal highway funding legislation happened. It was the 5-year plan. Well, that wasn't very far thinking. In 1917, there was a flagpole memorial placed at West Lincoln Highway terminus. So in San Francisco, they put up a flagpole where it was supposed to end out there or start, depending on which way you're going. December 17, the U.S. Army convoy from Detroit to an Atlantic coast port happened. That would have been a fairly short trip. The U.S. Army School for Truck Drivers opened in 1918, so they're getting ready to go to war here. I would say that school opened to train drivers to go to France. Be my guess.
So, I don't have my comments turned on. Is John on?
I don't know. I hadn't seen him, but he might be. I can't see the comments right now either.
They were. I was just wondering about you've seen it. There's a giant monument in a weird place.
Yeah.
Of Lincoln. They call it the Lincoln Head. It's a bust of Lincoln. At the highest elevation of the Lincoln Highway, which is between Cheyenne and Laramie.
Yeah. In 1918, they did a trip from Chicago to New York, which at that time set an Army distance record. I've already mentioned that the war officially ended in 1918. During World War I, 90,727 trucks were produced for the Army and the Navy.
Wow.
And I bet a lot of those stayed in Europe if they took them over there. But this could be another reason why they were, putting these trucks out there to sell the surplus. They might, after the war was over, they started cutting back again. And in 1919, the Ship by Truck Association formed.
So that's when convoy started.
Yeah, yeah.
There was probably chimpanzees involved, like BJ and the Bear, and
yeah, I'm sure. I don't think the CB radio had been invented yet, though. They might have been doing semaphore, wigwag. So this map,
I can't even think of this trip at like 5 miles a day.
Excuse me. I was trying to eat a mint so my voice clears a little bit.
That would have been so miserable.
Oh, what a terrible trip. You and I have ridden a long ways in the back of pickup trucks in our life. Nothing like this, buddy.
So if you see that kind of highway from southwest Wyoming to back east, I would have dropped south and went into southern Ohio or northern Kentucky.
Well,
I used to drive that in one shot, like leave southwest Wyoming and drive all the way to southeastern Ohio in one trip.
How many hours?
Well, now it takes me 3 days. It used to take me one travel time, 30 plus
hours.
Yeah, but it was on pavement.
Yeah, and hauling ass in a truck that probably ran 75.
Yeah, on hauling ass in like 70 plus miles an hour. And that's miserable.
So think about going to 5 and 10 miles an hour.
I can't even imagine it. Like, oh, you're gonna go 10 miles in a day.
You and I were talking yesterday about the guys in the back of the trucks yelling, "Are we there yet?" No, we're not. Well, roughly that map shows just sort of a rough.
When are we gonna get there, Dad?
Yeah, when we gonna get there, Dad? That shows a rough map of the route they took and the states they crossed. This picture.
Yeah, so I thought that my part of US 30 was part of the Lincoln Highway, but it's not.
Oh, so really?
When you get to like that lower corner of southwest Wyoming there, the route for Interstate Highway 80 now that goes basically to Fort Bridger, Wyoming, and then over into Utah to Salt Lake. I always thought that US 30 all the way was the Lincoln Highway, but it's not. So when you get to southwest Wyoming, you hit a little town called Granger. And my part of US 30 is not the Lincoln Highway. It's the stuff that goes to where Interstate Highway 80 goes now. So they diverted from there and headed for San Francisco. So anyway,
And down at the bottom of the page, you've got a 3-ton.
semantics.
Yeah,
I'll show you semantics.
you got a 3-ton Packard truck down at the bottom, similar to what one of the trucks they might have been driving.
Oh my God.
Look how comfortable that is.
You might as well have had mules hooked to the front of that thing. You'd have gone as fast.
Pretty much.
Holy buckets.
So here's one of the things they were doing on this trip. If you look at that first picture, that's a parade of the convoy group early on in the mission. I think you can tell that by how good a shape the trucks are in, personally. And if you look real close, the trucks have signs on them, so that people that are watching the parade know where they can find a truck like that if they want one. That's the truth. And on the left, on the right, of the screen, is a cutout of a newspaper, the Pittsburgh Gazette, on Friday, July 11th, 1919. A day of vital interest to every businessman and firm in Pittsburgh, a day given to the nation's right arm, the motor truck. It was already the right arm. And if you look, all those ads are about vehicles that were in the motor, within the motor, had something to do with the convoy. You got Acme Motor Service down there, Budget Oxygen and Hydrogen Company.
No, hold on.
Hold on.
Acme?
That's what he says. I bet that too.
They made birdseed later.
Among other things.
And anvils.
Dynamite and rockets, fireworks.
Big rockets, big rocket, big old fat
roller skates.
I
think they even made something. I think there was even Acme Chinese mustard or something.
You could use. They had holes that you could just place on the ground.
I'd like to have some of those.
Oh, me too. Oh my goodness.
So we got some things here that you've heard of, probably some things you haven't heard of. Packard trucks, they're sort of a gone Gosling. Packard was big in big engines and truck engines and aircraft engines back in that day. They made the Liberty engines, which were flown on several World War I air fighter planes and transport bombers, whatever you want to call them back then. They were all kind of slow and sluggish, but and so at the part of this gimmick was the Packard ad. I don't know if you can read it, but up on top it says, "Ask the boy who drove one." And the boy they're talking about is a doughboy. That's a reference to the military. They're saying, ask your, if your neighbor's son who drove one of these in the Army, what he thought of it. They're trying to sell it. Master truck, Atterbury trucks, Firestone first. Now that's a big deal because they were running, at least some of them were running Firestone pneumatic tires. Pneumatic was a key word because a lot of these trucks had solid rubber wheels on them. And pneumatic tires were just starting to come into their heyday. And Firestone and Goodyear and those kind of people were just starting to get rich. But anyway, lots of things on that page. It's all about trucks. And here's another one. I just saw this one. Denby Motor Trucks stood the test in Uncle Sam's service in Navy, Signal Corps, and Quartermaster Corps. It says, "Ask the boys who drove them over there." And, this whole thing was using the military to build up interest in trucks. and at the same time, like I said, show the people that, this was coming. This was what the military was going to be needing in the future, and how things were going to be done. So, somehow in my searches recently, Dwight D. Eisenhower came up, and something else came up about this trip, and that's kind of how I got started looking for it. So, here's a couple of pictures of Eisenhower. Back in 1919, he was a young lieutenant colonel, and he participated in this not really as part of it, but as an observer of it. And he was actually in the tank corps at that time, but he went along and took notes and wrote about it, and sent back reports and all that kind of stuff. And that was his job. And this a little more detail about the whole trip. Let me see if I've got this written in one place or two, probably two. The expedition had 81 motorized Army vehicles in it. That's all types of vehicles. They crossed the continent from Washington to San Francisco. 3,251 miles in 62 days. Somebody do the math. How many miles is that a day average? The expedition had 24 officers, 258 enlisted men, and the convoy was to test the mobility of the military during wartime conditions, which is partly why they did this over rough ground and stuff. You never knew what you were going to, everybody didn't have, the countries didn't have roads. We weren't the only ones that didn't have highways. As an observer for the War Department, Eisenhower learned firsthand of the difficulties faced in traveling great distances on roads that were impassable or nearly impassable, and resulted in frequent breakdowns of the military vehicles. These vehicles had never been tested like this. I mean, this was a really hard test, a lot of these, and they broke down a lot. These early experiences, I'll tell you how much they broke down. One of the vehicles was a rolling machine shop. They actually took enough equipment to make parts and repair these vehicles as they went. They knew they were going to have problems, so they tried to be prepared.
And right behind it, they had a blacksmith truck.
And they had a blacksmith truck. They did, indeed. One of many things they had.
What I mean, okay, we need a machine shop and a blacksmith.
That's a heck of a combination. That's history passing itself backwards and forwards.
And that picture in the kind of in the lower right there,
yeah,
sure looks like a lot of country I live in.
Don't it though? Didn't say where that picture was taken, but
that's got to be Wyoming.
Well, if it's not, it's got to be real close. Let's see here. This early experience has influenced Eisenhower's later decisions concerning the building of the interstate highway, also influenced by the Autobahn in World War II during his presidential administration. But this trip, and then seeing the Autobahn during World War II and how the Germans used the highway system to move their army, is one of the reasons why Eisenhower was so strong about the Interstate Act and all the highways. I mean, I think, as far as I know, I always thought he was kind of given credit for getting that going. So this was the starting point, 0 milestone right here in Washington, D.C. I'm not sure if they really, I mean, this seems like such a strange place to put one. But there it is right there. And that was also called the 0 milestone. Is a 0 mile marker in Washington, D.C. It was erected in 1923 as the initial milestone for which all road distances in the United States would be measured. So somebody thought that they would use that all roads would be measured from right here. So starting on your highway, U.S. highways at least, if they ran through New York, they probably would have started measuring them from Washington. That was the strangest idea. That obviously didn't work out, and thank goodness. So anyway, I'm going to switch gears. This is where it got a little not complicated, but I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. So here's what I'm getting ready to do. You guys bear with me. Temporarily. Let me see if this works.
I've seen that map. I just saw that map this morning.
Okay, so I'm going to try. Can you guys see
the Denver loop? Can we what?
Can you see that? Can you see it when I do this? Nope.
No.
All right, I got to add another screen here. Hang on. Okay. All right. This was a PDF. This is an actual copy of the one of the records that was made for this trip. This one was put together maybe by the Centennial Group for the 1919 Transcontinental Motor Convoy. Let's just call it the TMC from now on. And they actually reenacted this trip in 1919. I think that'd be kind of cool. I wish I'd known about that. The highway was much, much better. I bet it didn't take 62 days. So anyway, I'm going to run through. I'm going to borrow this. Cool thing about this, these pictures and all this history was created by the U.S. military. So guess what? It's free to the public domain. So we can use it, and they can't, shut me down for it. What did Ian say? Hey, Julie McGowan, welcome.
All you have to do is mention Bugs Bunny and we'll be closed down forever.
We're not going to do that. Chuck says that was almost 53 miles a day. Well, that's better than I thought they did. So they did. I tell you what, most of the high mileage days were in the east because after they got west.
Yeah, they only made like their record day was like 12 miles or something. Yeah, but they ridiculous. Got
and I'm going to read, if I have a voice left, I'm going to read some notes from some of the day journals that they wrote down about how many things they had to tow, how many things broke down, how far they went, which in a way is funny, probably not to them, but it was to me. Anyway, so I'm going to take some liberties here with their book, and instead of
that's because you've suffered.
Yes.
And you take joy in others' suffering.
Yes, I do. Oh, so there's just one of the pictures. That don't mean anything. Here, 19, the convoy of, again, this book was created. And this is for Arts and Culture El Dorado in Placerville, California. Put this one together. This trip, for something that's unknown, has a lot of museum sites about it. It's just that they're not necessarily in places where you'd think about a lot of people seeing them. I'm sure there's something about this in the Smithsonian, but I hadn't run across it yet. I've run across it in places like this, Placerville, California. But
say it with me, Placerville.
Placerville, excuse me.
Say it with me.
Placerville.
That's a miner of gold.
I feel like the guys in the convoy had a real "you ain't lived" moment. You haven't lived moment. I bet they did too.
I bet they had a lot of them.
I'm going to show you some pictures here in a minute, Ian, that'll prove that point.
You never lived till you've been sunk up to your axles.
I think Ian wanted you to correct my pronunciation too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark.
It's Placerville.
Okay. Well, I saw Dave. Welcome in, Dave. Disney Dreams. I didn't see you. I don't know how long you've been here. I couldn't see the chat for a few minutes. Okay, let's party in here. There's Oh, where's the donuts? Well, the donut guy hadn't showed up
Well,
lately.
I haven't seen him for a while.
No, they've
Actually,
been real busy and had some family things they were doing, and I think they've been just kind of away for right now. They'll be back. I talked to them a couple weeks ago.
I
Just
hope
you
so.
know.
We,
So
we
anyway,
can't not have some Canadians on there.
it said it's hard to think if you've ever taken a road trip that the United States freeway system hasn't always been there. Imagine that. And that we haven't always had long stretches of continuous, maintained, and uniformly level asphalt connecting all major cities and towns. Way too much of it, I think, now. It is difficult to imagine that there used to be no double yellow or dashed white lines painted on the roads. Hell, there wasn't hardly any blacktop roads. Okay, so I'm not going to read all that. I wish my voice would have let me, but this is, you guys can find this online, and I had the, you know what? I have the link to it here. I'll try to remember to post the link in a minute. Let me cut that down so I don't forget about it. Okay, this picture is the beginning of it. This is in Washington. And I believe the guy at the bottom is the one who led it. I can't think of his name right this minute. It'll pop up here again, I think. And I guess that, and now that I look at it, I guess that is the zero monument. No, they wasn't. They didn't have it yet. They didn't put that up till 23.
It's kind of the same symbol.
Yeah, maybe they had maybe they didn't have an official one. Maybe they had a temporary one in place to use. So, like I was saying about the roads, up at the top, these are just some generic pictures. I'm not sure where all these are. I haven't put them in order yet, these. So I'm just talking about what you read about and what you see a lot in the notes and the daily diaries and the daily, what do they call them? Mark reports and things that the military does. You see lots of things where they talk about that tractor right there in the top left, pulling one truck, two trucks, three trucks out of the mud. And then sometimes they just hooked to them and pulled them all the way into camp. So that thing don't go very fast. So those days, they didn't make much time. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Yeah.
But they used that tractor a lot. And that truck behind the tractor there in that upper left, I think is a Molitor model, name of a company that made them. And they actually use those to tow things with a lot. So that truck that's being towed is one of their tow trucks. Go figure. Down at the bottom, again, you see the tractor, and you see that there is a truck off the side of the road.
Stuck.
Let me see if I've got any special notes. I don't think I've put any notes in for these. I mean, that's stuck.
That's stuck.
I mean, I can't even figure out how he got in that position. He ain't on the road. At that point, he's off the road.
That gumbo mud will just let you go wherever you want to go.
That's a good point. That is slippery.
Or don't want to go.
I've driven in some of that out your way, and it is really scary stuff.
Bentonite is a bad mineral.
Is that what does that?
Well, that's what in our country it is.
What was in New Mexico? Because that's where I got to drive.
That's bentonite country too. Okay. It's
that stuff was like driving on grease.
Yeah.
That's the closest thing I can.
Like deep grease, not just like regular grease, deep grease.
Okay, let's see here. Back to this minute. Upper right left picture here is in Myers, California, and that's a garage. They stopped and used a lot of garages, along the way when they could. It says the worst of it, 1919, and I don't know if that was the worst of it, but check out that road condition. That upper right photo. Look at that mud and how deep that is.
I can't even. You roll over the top of that little ridge there, and then you just like slide off into the ditch.
Yeah, and maybe upside down. A couple of them did that too. That lower picture basically is it says just another day on the road. And you can see that thing stretched out. I read somewhere in here, maybe I've got it in the notes in here. When it was all together, it was several miles long. And I don't know how many have ever had this happen, but I can remember when we used to get behind convoys on the interstates and on other highways of the military, and the line for the trucks and the jeeps or whatever vehicles they were driving at that time period, like in the 60s or even in the 70s, were slow. They never drove over about 45, I think, and they could be miles long. And truck after truck after truck pulling artillery or pulling tanks or just doing whatever. And then they'd get separated, so you might pass 37 Jeeps, and then you might have a big gap and pass 14 four-wheel drive deuce and a half full of soldiers in the back yelling, "Are we there yet?" And just on and on. They just I can't imagine doing it this way. Let's see here. This was the objectives. According to this, the objectives were to show War Department support for construction of high quality roads for economic and military purposes, to create recruitment. This is another important thing here: to create recruitment opportunities for the U.S. Army's Motor Transport Corps, and I'm going to show you something about that in a minute. To celebrate the country's war victory, aka World War I, and to study U.S. road conditions and to evaluate the performance of military equipment and personnel in a variety of environmental conditions. And boy, did they find some environmental conditions. I was trying to see here what, I think I already told how many men were there.
Environmental.
Well, actually not. This breaks down the vehicles. The Transcontinental Motor Convoy, or truck train as it was called back then, was led by Lieutenant Colonel Charles W. McClure, Expedition Commander Captain Bernard H. McMahon, and Train Commander and Civilian Henry C. Osterman of the Lincoln Highway Association. So that's the guy that did the movie of the other one, the Southern Route. And he was traveling, I think, in his own Stutz Bearcat touring car. And he was named the convoy's pilot and would lead the expedition he's driving a Packard this year. So he's driving a Packard touring car. Now he drove a Stutz before. Trailing behind that were 39 officers, 258 enlisted men in 81 different vehicles. Among their number were Harley Davidson and Indian motorcycles, whose riders would scout the road conditions.
The two grandest of motorcycles.
The two brands, yep. They had Trailmobile kitchens, so they were pulling, I think it was two kitchen vehicles, which were made to feed the troops as they travel. Same thing they would use in combat. Rolling medical clinics staffed by doctors and dentists. And they had several, I don't know, this doesn't say how many, but they had several ambulances that sometimes you can see them lined up. They all had the Red Cross flag on them. So I know there was at least 3 or 4 ambulance. No, I can't say it right. Ambulances. There's a story about that.
You can't say ambulance.
There was a show that I watched. I gotta divert here. Squirrel. There was a show when I was growing up it was one of the first black comedians, and she was a female at that had a TV show, a variety type show. I don't know what year, but her name was Leslie Uggams, if anybody else remembers her. And in some ways, her show was kind of like the later shows of the ambulance. And well, hang on. And they did a skit one night on the show where somebody got hurt. And one of them started yelling to another one of them, call the ambulance, call the ambulance. And one of them called back and said, you know that they won't get here for 35 or 40 minutes. They said, oh, they'll be here. They just said yesterday in the paper that they can reach any part of town in 5 minutes. They said they won't come in 5 minutes to the black part of town. And she said, well, how would they know it's a black part of town? He said, because if you call and say send the ambulance, they're going to know.
They're going to exactly know.
I'm sorry. I'm not saying that to be discriminate in any way.
Believe me, he will never say that to be mean.
No, it was really a line from a skit, and I'll just.
But we still need to be able to laugh at each other.
Yes, we do. Anyway, so that's Mack. They had numerous Mack trucks.
Now I just took a chaw. Laugh at me.
And Mack trucks, and like I said, the Mulleters, the Packard trucks, and another one they had. They might have had a couple of Diamond Rios too. I'm not sure about that. I think I read that, but I'm not positive.
I was just supremely impressed that they had Indian and Harley Davidson motorcycles.
Well, here's a fun fact about that. They just come out of World War I, remember?
Yeah, so they were little.
And both Indian and Harley had submitted and gotten approved for X number of motorcycles of each type to be used as messenger, what they call them? Well, messenger carriers, and that because that was still a big thing. And Harley made one, and Indian made one, and there was a lot going on there because Harley and Indian were extremely competitive in 1919. So they both did things to try to outdo the other one.
Right.
Some of it was a little underhanded, but they did it, and
Probably
so they were both still there. And I'm not sure in 1919 they may have still been in the process of deciding which one was going to be the standard issue motorcycle for the military at that time. But anyway, they were both there. Let's see if there's anything else on this page I want. East Palestine, Ohio on July 12th. By the time the convoy reached East Palestine, Ohio on July 12th, problems had already begun to plague the expedition. Oh my. All 5 vehicles were commonplace as drivers pulled out of line to make carburetor adjustments, clean spark plugs, and address other issues. It was discovered that tools supplied for the convoy were inferior quality, and drivers had begun complaining that vehicles had not been properly tested prior to departure. I'd say they weren't. I'd say the companies that wanted to sell them trucks sent out their newest truck and let them test it. What happened?
I'm terrible, but what happened in East Palestine?
Train wreck. Big train wreck 2 years ago or several years ago. Not 2. Really bad.
Same place.
Real bad. Yeah, same place. Really, really bad wreck. Okay. Let's see if there's anything here I should have highlighted this. Oh, they got to take a shower on July 26th. That's how many weeks? 4 weeks. They discovered that a temporary shower had been set up. It said the engines had not even begun to cool by the time before the troops were lined up to take their turn for a shower. They were ready for a shower. Nebraska, the convoy encountered its first major delay. Heavy rains began to fall, and vehicles were soon driving through axle-deep gumbo mud. And you and Ian both probably know about gumbo mud. I know you do.
I know gumbo mud like
nasty stuff.
I know it like a brother.
Yeah, not your favorite brother.
And then they hit Wyoming.
And then they hit Wyoming, yeah. Okay, I'm going to keep moving. There's
No. You're going to let me read a little bit of this. They were invited to the rodeo in Cheyenne.
Oh, yeah, right there on August 8th.
That's Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Hey,
Which would have been one of the earlier
yes, it would have been.
Frontier Days. I bet it was Western.
You bet it was Western. And this was common. There's some pictures here I think I'll show later. All the way along the route, they had people waiting along the road when they knew it was coming. And they literally set up lemonade stands and handed out lemonade to the soldiers. They offered them snacks. They just all kinds of things. This was a kind of a welcome home hero kind of thing for the vets who'd been in Europe. They talked about the Great Salt Lake the road there became almost impassable. Conditions were a little better. Oh, they were a little better.
We need to go back up to the Wyoming section. They brought them to the rodeo.
Oh, okay. Invited to rodeo.
Which was a welcome break from the exhausting work and kept them from being depressed.
Well, I missed that part. I'm glad you picked that up. Such invitations were common as the convoy arrived in even the smallest of towns. They made for welcome breaks from the exhausting work and monotony of the road that often exerted a depressing influence on personnel. I bet it. Again, when we going to be there, Dad? Sorry, when the heck are we coming? When will we be in town again?
How many more miles? How many? I can remember. Remember my sister for miles saying that. How many more miles, Dad? How many more miles?
Like she knew what a mile was, even. But I remember. I know. They got to Fort Myers, California on September 1st. They're almost there then. Said engines started revving early that morning, 6:30. People were ready to hit the road. And that's where this record that I'm looking at right now came from. So here's a few more pictures. That top pic.
Did they go back?
What do you mean? No, they didn't go back.
I mean, when they got out to.
No, I don't know how troops got moved back to wherever they were going, but the vehicles were usually surplus once they got out there or used by a base out there.
So they took them to San Francisco.
They took them to San Francisco.
And left them.
Yep. A lot of times they just left them.
And then it got on a train and it took them.
Probably. That's what I figured.
3 days to get home.
Yeah. And they were like, why the heck didn't we do this before? So there's a picture of the convoy lined up somewhere in Utah, that upper picture. There's Ike again, and his guy became a good friend of his, I guess, maybe before, but his last name was Brett. He was also a lieutenant colonel, I think. Both of these guys were lieutenant colonels at this point, I believe. I know Ike was anyway. I put this other one in there just because I'm not sure. Mark's dad's not here to watch it, but that's a Dodge. One of their Dodge Power Wagons ran into somebody's gate post or fence post. Looks like he about knocked the front end off of it. And here's something they commonly ran into this problem, and that was bridges crossing creeks and gullies and washes and rivers and whatnot. And I do not know how they got across the Mississippi. They must have had a ferry to do that. That must have taken days.
Well, they say that they had to repair 80-something bridges on on their journey.
Something like that. They had to build some bridges from scratch.
And 14 of them were in Wyoming.
Well, there you go. The first picture at the top, I don't know if you guys can read the fine print, but it says, another fine example of modern engineering. They're inspecting that bridge. I've crossed a few bridges that look just like that in my life. The mountains are full, used to be full of that kind of bridge. And the second one, here comes one of their big trucks with Harvey Firestone signs on it. And it says, hope it will hold. And then that lower picture is just the officers in the group lined up for a group photo somewhere. Oh, it says Carson City, Nevada, or Nevada, or Nevada. And I love this picture on the left. It says it just says convoy in the Sierra Nevada. Now that don't look scary. And I bet that got higher and higher on the mountain. It looks like something out of a cartoon. You know, the truck's going to be leaning out over the curve in a minute. And, you know, the tires are on the road, but the truck body's way out here swinging around.
And he's biting a hole in the seat.
He's biting a hole. Yeah, I've been there. Anyway, and then that lower, these are, at least one of these is Nebraska, western Nebraska. That's a Packard.
Oh my God.
Road. And that road, now look at that road in the upper right. I
got a lot of roads that look just like that today.
Well, they said they were lucky to get a road like that.
Around my house, I got a lot of roads that look like that or way worse.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot way worse, I'd say. I'm not that you had bad roads.
I never knew anything about this, and
they did this not far from your house.
The fact that they didn't have like mules hooked up to the front of them.
That's well, they had a tractor, but that really surprised me that they didn't have mules with them. I really did. I don't know what a B is. They refer to some of these bigger trucks as a B, and I don't know if that's like a big Packard or a Mack or what. I don't know what a B was on it, and I never have. So far, I have not found that in the notes explaining what that is. But I know I see a lot of pictures with them hooked up to other vehicles. there's a truck hooked to another truck. That could be their water truck, because one of the trucks they had to take, was carrying a big water tank. And so all the vehicles that they took had a purpose. Some of them, of course, just for personnel carriers, but all of them had water tanks. Somebody with something in there was carrying all their tents and camp gear. Hospital, they had a hospital truck or two trucks. And I don't know, but I bet they had a mobile hospital type situation, under a tent.
A bee off the road.
I don't know what a bee was yet. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Hey, Shelley.
They look.
Wow, long time no see. Glad to see you.
Hey, good to see you.
I was just thinking about you a day or two ago. Something popped up, and I thought, wonder if Shelley's seen that. Might have been something about a book. I don't know. That lower picture, remember I said people set up lemonade, and there's somebody's got a bucket, literally a wash tub, galvanized tub, full of lemonade, and they're handing it out to the troops as they go by. That looks like Nevada or...
Yeah, that's God-forsaken country is where that is. Wherever it is, it's God-forsaken.
And here we got them. That's a Salt Lake City. They always had parades when they went into some of the bigger cities, and reception committees and whatnot. That truck at the bottom there was two things. One, it was they used it to demonstrate a Packard of that size, and that might be the B's. I'm not sure. Maybe that is the B's.
No, I think that's too small for a B.
You think that's too small? But they also put signs on the side of these and would drive them through towns to recruit people. They put recruitment signs on the side of these
Yeah.
trucks, and they would recruit people as they went across the country.
Join the army.
You
You'll have a
drive
good
one of those
time.
trucks. You too
You'll
can
have a
drive
good
one of
time.
those trucks through the mud.
That's a really cool looking vehicle, though.
Yeah. I love how that guy's hanging on. I guess he's looking back.
We don't make vehicles that are that cool looking today.
So there's one of the motorcycles. That's a Harley. I've got something really cool here in a minute if I can show it. And they've got one of the motorcycles. Some of the motorcycles had sidecars on them. Some didn't.
Yes, I think they had 4 sidecar motorcycles and 6, or maybe I'm backwards. They had 10 motorcycles that drove all the way across the country on dirt roads.
I think the first I think there was 2 women, sisters, I believe, that actually had crossed the country on Harleys before this happened.
Seriously.
Yeah, I can't. I've got information on them somewhere in my files. I've read about them. I've got a book here somewhere all about them that was written by
They're probably my cousin's heroes. Heroines.
There's a writer who lives in Hawaii with her husband, who is one of the lead guitar player for the Doobie Brothers.
Huh.
She's been riding motorcycles most of her life. Well, he probably has too, but her life. And she's written several really good motorcycle books, history, and one of them about women. And but she wrote one about what was I just saying?
Motorcycles.
Yeah, but there was something
cross country.
Oh, the cross country trip. I've got a book. I've got the book here on the shelf somewhere about that trip, or it may not be on my shelf yet. It may still be in the box. I still got to get a few more out of the box. Anyway, that picture is sitting somewhere near the. It said it's at the what was the name of this ranch, but it's a general store. Maybe not ranch. It might have been a state. Sheridan or something, but it wasn't, obviously not Sheridan, Wyoming or Montana or wherever it is. This was near the Nevada-Utah border somewhere. Anyway, that's where that picture on the motorcycle was. Then the bottom picture down there is, I believe when they were coming into California, that top right piece is a copy of a program or the California Highway Association or whatever gave them a big party when they got there and fed them all and stuff. And that was the program from it, which I've got online also. All this stuff you can find on the internet. See if you can see this. Yeah, there it is. See it? That's the front of it. California dinner in honor of the officers and men who made the VP the first transcontinental convoy of the Motor Transport Corps, U.S. Army, over the Lincoln Highway, Washington to San Francisco, July 7th to September 7th.
Wow.
And I think they fudged those dates just a little bit to get to see. I don't know maybe that is 62 days.
Yeah, we decided yesterday.
Yeah, we did, didn't we? So here, this is what they handed out. This is a program for this dinner with some. Is it raining?
That'd be cool.
Well, we've had rain this week already. The sun's still shining. Anyway, and here's the menu. They were going to have California ripe olives. I think that means black olives. Salted almonds. Love salted almonds. Razor clam chowder. Sacramento River salmon, cold in mayonnaise. Not sure how that went. Maybe that's like a patty or a spread. Country fried chicken, hot rolls, evergreen corn on cob, and roast sweet potatoes.
Holy Holy buckets.
Arts of lettuce with dressing, Turkish melon, overland ice cream, coffee, cigars and cigarettes, California fruits, nuts, and raisins.
Ah.
They had the what if they had the raisins that danced and sang for entertainment? You know, heard it through the grapevine. California raisins, I think, was their name. Anyway, I didn't put those in there.
So,
and then they had entertainment. Here's some songs you could sing, I'm sure, right at the table. There's one. Off my knee. Anyway, so that was that, and then they also I'll get to that in a minute. So let's finish this one first. So they got here's just a few more pictures, and these are now in California. I think pretty much all these. Welcome to our boys. This is Myers, California. These folks all showed up to, wait. They were waiting on them. There's again some more pictures from out there. That top truck, which looks like one of those big Packards, is loaded down with fuel and oil in great big wooden barrels. I thought that was kind of neat. Then hadn't invented those metal drums yet. And that's some of the convoy trucks coming into Myers again. They stayed on, there's a family name in here that's mentioned a lot. And I even went to the internet to figure out how they pronounce their last name. This is Camillo Giamboni Cello. They cut some of the letters out. I tried to learn it, but I still can't say it right. And that's the end of that one. So I'm going to change this and go back to my slideshow for a minute, hopefully. And I'm going to let me see if that changes back. You give it a minute. Okay, I think I'm going to have to do it. Hang on, everybody. I'm coming right back. So now I went through that because I thought they had a better job than me. But here's some more pictures that weren't in that. The officers lined up for another photo. That may be the same photo. I'm not sure. But and there's the Dodge again. And the note on it said, accident to Dodge. But I like the top picture because I think this is what the enlisted men were doing probably 75 to 80% of the time when they weren't in the back of the truck riding. They were
pushing.
And there's a guy on a motorcycle. I don't know which, that might be an Indian. It doesn't look like a Harley, but then again, it might be. I don't know. It's hard to say from there. I'm looking at the gas tank, and the gas tank looks a little different. But anyway, that's one of the messengers on a Harley or on a motorcycle. The guy down here in the lower left is doing basic camp stuff. Cleanup. It says camp cleanup. One of the things that I pushed past earlier because it wasn't in that other notebook was one of the first things they did after they got going was go to Ohio, and they went to Columbiana. I think it's pronounced, Mark. Is there a Columbiana, Ohio?
I don't know.
Well, there must be because that's where Harvey Firestone lived, the tire guy. And he put on a big, huge feed for them. So they went to his place, and the Lincoln Highway, I guess, went by his homestead, they called it. And so Firestone, that's Eisenhower. I think that's his friend Major Brett on the other end. Oh, he's a major, not a colonel. And the guy in the middle is Harvey Firestone Jr. Same group of pictures. The pictures of the guys down there are about the same guys with one guy added. I don't know who he is. This is a picture of them going through Pittsburgh, I believe. I don't know if I made a note of this one or not. All right. How do I find that? Here it is. Yeah, Pittsburgh. And this is when they went through Nebraska. There's just a couple of pictures of going through like the sand hills in Nebraska and Kearney, Nebraska.
Kearney.
Excuse me.
I'm going to correct you.
I know you're going to. And I corrected Kearney. I didn't mean Kearney anyway. I knew better than that one. Probably knew better on Placerville, but I still said it wrong. So there's a Packard. Looks like might be off in the mud in Nebraska.
He's stuck.
Okay, now these are both. I'm guessing. Oh, let me back up. I made a couple of assumptions here. One assumption. The picture at the top left on the bottom written on it says that was their first day in Wyoming. So that's somewhere on the
They're killing sage grouse.
Yeah, do you think that would have been in Nebraska or Wyoming or?
That's in Wyoming.
Okay, they were killing sage grouse and they were eating them, as far as I know. I'm sure they took them to the KP tent and had some guy cook them up. And the bottom picture just says East Wyoming, and you can kind of get an idea of what that looks like and the vehicles that were lined up for that. These are Utah. The upper right one you've seen, that was the welcoming committee in Salt Lake City. The one on the left just says Western Utah. It didn't say where it was.
Look at the mud on those tires.
I know it's get out of here, bug. And this lower one is actually the whole convoy lined up. Somebody got up on a hill and took a picture of everything lined up, getting ready to go one morning. So that's doubled up, and it still looks pretty long. I can't remember now. They said it was a couple of miles long. I can't remember. Again, there's the Harley on a truck, and Utah-Nevada border, but I swear there was a name on this. That almost looks like it says New Sherman General Store. Or maybe it says Owen Sherman General Store.
At the Sheridan's Ranch.
It says Sheridan's Ranch, but that's not what it says on the store up there. And that Harley is not your typical.
That's a beautiful motorcycle.
V engine like they are famous for. I think this was one of their other, might have even been an opposed twin, kind of like a BMW's made. They made some of those for the military. So did Indian. I think you've seen these pictures already. I know you've seen that one. And this I put in here. This I'm showing about the recruiters.
Packard had 1.5 ton.
So here, this is the end of this part. I've got a little bit more to go over, but when I said they recruited, that lower left-hand picture, those are all recruits that they've collected as they moved along on this trip. Now, I don't know if those are all from California. That's in Oakland, California, that picture. And I don't know if those were all Californians or if they literally met there to go to not sign up, go into camp or whatever. But those are all recruits. I thought that was interesting. And that upper picture is a San Francisco picture when they got there, or yet another parade. So that's the end of that part. What time is it?
3 squares and a cot.
3 squares and a cot. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's 3. Yeah.
That's what they're promising those boys, like 3 squares and a cot.
That's right. Okay, here. Let me show you a couple more pieces of stuff that they have. We already looked at that one. Here's a document that the Lincoln Highway folks put out at some point at or during it. Again, these guys had a lot to do with getting this done. Because not only, like I said, not only was it a military trip, it was a trip to show that we needed better roads, new highways, better roads. And I got a fly in here, it's driving me crazy. And this is in the
no, it's falls falling, buddy.
yes, it is.
We're full of them right now. They're driving me crazy.
This is this
short trip, by the way.
Well, I thought that, but I wasn't gonna say it. This was a document that's in the Lincoln, not the Lincoln, Eisenhower Presidential Library that you can read. Again, public domain kind of thing, which I thought was really cool. And it's got a lot of the more detailed information, and you can get online and get this. And let me see what. Let me see if I've got this one.
All military documents look exactly the same.
They do, don't they?
They all do. After action reports, whatever, they all.
Here is the
exactly for decades.
Here is one of the links. This is the link to the thing I showed a while ago if anybody's interested. And I'll get this one next.
And it'll all be blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, some of it might be fun, though.
Well, they're grand sources of information, but they all it's all pretty dry.
Yeah, true. This this address is for something that the highway commissioner, whatever it's called, put out a few years ago about the trip and the Eisenhower and some other stuff. I don't think I've got it pulled up. That's a copy. That's a copy of Eisenhower's report back to one of the generals. Hang on,
for a trip that took 62 days.
2 days, I know.
He wrote 2 little paragraphs.
No, it's longer than that. Sorry,
got him.
Got him. I did. I think this is.
You can't do that on video.
Oh, I did. Hey, that's a hunting video. You can't show that. Which is not true. They do it all the time. Mechanical difficulties during the first part of the trip were slight and easily overcome. However,
then we got out west.
Somewhere in here he says, and then we got out west. Kitchen trailers were the 2- and 4-wheel type. The only one to finish the trip was one of the 2-wheel Liberty types. The others didn't make it. The trail mobiles, 4-wheel type, were constantly in trouble. How about that? 4 wheels, 2 wheels are better than 4. The white 1.5-ton trucks were also very good. Among the touring and observation cars, very little difficulty was encountered. One Cadillac required a timing chain, and then the mountain's carburetors needed adjusting. I've been there, done that. The Militor, equipped with power winch and a spade in rear. I know what that's to stick down and hold it in it. Did wonderful work in pulling vehicles out of holes, sand pits, etc. The 5-ton tractor was also very efficiently used for the purpose of pulling stuff out of holes and ditches. On one occasion, at least, the Militor came into camp at night towing 4 other trucks. Showing that its power plant was almost perfect. Now, there's another, I don't know who wrote this one. This is something else that's out there in the public record. I don't know if I've got this one in there or not. I meant to get all these links so I could link these in case anybody like Ian, for example, wanted to read up on them, or Mark, or any of you guys. Tina, Carol. This is one, this guy started, this log is from the beginning all the way through the trip. So I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but he talks about every day the things that broke down, the things they had to fix, things they broke, things they bent. I mean, it's pretty detailed. Where they left from, where they stopped at night, just that, all that kind of stuff. You know, I guess I've already done that. There's East Palestine mentioned again. No, never mind. The Viditos. Anytime I hear the name East Palestine, I think of the Viditos. Because it seems to me like Mike's mother, can't think of her name, first name, Mrs. Vidito. Seems like they used to go to East Palestine, Texas to visit her family. But maybe it was East Palestine, Ohio. I don't know.
Ohio.
I guess that kind of would have made more sense.
Ray's wife?
Yeah, Ray's wife.
Judy Vidito?
Yeah, Judy. That's right. She was a Judy.
Yeah, they were from Ohio.
Yeah, but
he was from Colton, and she was from up somewhere else, but in Ohio.
Okay. Anyway, that goes all through. That's a really. I mean, I think this stuff's pretty cool. But I'm a gearhead, so I like to read about things, mechanical stuff, and how they work or don't work. So I'd probably enjoy this a lot more. But the pictures we saw today were a lot of the western states, and a few here in Ohio, and a few in Pittsburgh. But they went through Illinois, they went through Indiana. What they go through?
Yeah, but it was pretty simple until they hit Nebraska.
Yeah, the east of the Mississippi was a piece of cake compared to once they crossed over.
Yeah, once they crossed over, Iowa wasn't bad, but when they got to Nebraska, things started kind of coming undone.
Yeah, but they made it.
It appears.
Oh, I just saw something here.
I'm sure they had all kind of mechanical issues before that, but
different kinds, and not for the
same. But the country just kind of ate them up from there on.
I just saw something about they were all, oh, here it is.
Which still happens to this very day.
They had they had a Cadillac Searchlight truck, which gets punctured in Goodrich Silvertown tire number. He gave the number, had 70 miles on it. There's one that's got dirt and fuel line.
So we still have deals today where like truckers from LA or San Francisco or wherever will come up here and like it's winter and they're in shorts And they flipped their semi on its side
Yeah.
because of the weather.
They don't know driving your wind.
They have no. Well, I mean it's not even wind. It's just they're driving 80 miles an hour, and the road's a sheet of ice, and they flip over, and they close the interstate down for days, literally.
Yeah, I know. I've
Like
been there.
Interstate 80 gets closed for like weeks during the winter.
Oh,
Because because of people driving like they ain't got no sense.
Because of some of them ain't.
Anyway,
Kelly, I don't know. I've got to read more. I haven't read all the day-to-day stuff. But you almost have to think they did at some point. But, by this point, of course, in history, the buffalo herds were decimated. So, they didn't have herds of buffalo crossing the road probably. But they very well could have had deer, antelope, maybe elk in different places at different times, depending on when they hit it. I don't know if they would have found elk in the areas where the road was in July and August or not. Maybe they could have, I guess.
I'm missing something.
But, Rhonda's talking about stuff in Ohio. She's from Canton, apparently. I didn't realize that. And Rhonda, I made a note here. If anybody else wants links to any of these documents, tell me now, because now I'm seeing the chat, and I will make sure I send them to you after the show's over, or this afternoon at least. So if anybody wants them, just let me know, and I will get them to you. I've already written you down, Rhonda, so I know I'll send these that I've got here. These are all PDF files, so you should be able to, get them and read them pretty easy. There's a rocker truck number 415009. Had a bad choke valve in the carburetor. Chicago Heights Sunday rest period. Ordnance observer spent the night at the Chicago Automobile Club as a guest of honor. The four-wheel drive auto club company. FWD. They had trucks that had FWD on the front, and that was actually the company, not just the fact that it was four-wheel drive. I guess they thought only one company could do that back then. Anyway, I'll get those out.
Ian asked if they stopped off at Chugwater Chili.
I don't know if they would have gotten to Chugwater. That's above the highway, so I doubt it.
No, it's way north of.
You mean my other chat? Okay, I'll do that. I'll put them in there, Rhonda. That's a good idea. That way I don't have to hunt everybody down if I don't have your or can't find you in the Instagram. We're talking about Instagram. That's where I'll put them. I'd put them here right now, but I don't have them all pulled up. I thought I did. I must have closed some of them out as I was working on them. I had.
Ian says Chugwater would have been worth a diversion. I agree, buddy.
I've been to Chugwater once, Ian, but can't tell you a lot about it. I know there's a really funny curve there with a sign that I thought was hilarious for some reason. That sign that goes like that, and the highway goes like that. Oh, I know what I was going to show. Yeah, let me see if I can do this.
Carburetor, what's that?
I don't think there's anything left.
You used to have to mix your gas and air.
Here is, I don't know if you'll be able to hear it, but here is a video that was part of this, one of these museum, or one of these his Eisenhower stuff. Let me see if I can show that real quick. And this is better than a training film, buddy. So Hank, stand by.
And here we are at Vietnam.
I don't actually know if this one's even got sound, so I think these are silent pictures, maybe. Oh, this one's got.
Oh, it's a training film.
No, it's a short one. It's just 2 minutes. It's all about the script.
This is definitely a training film. And here we are leaving from Washington, D.C.
Check that picture out.
For a lark. You don't hear that word very often anymore.
Oops. Average speed was.
I've never seen a vehicle like that before.
Coast to coast machine shop. That's one of those great pictures that would be, all the way across the end of your room.
These training films are even better when there's absolutely no sound.
Can you hear the music?
No.
Okay. There is music with this one. There's one on its top.
Oh my God.
Look at that tire.
Look at that thing. Oh my God. I've never been that badly stuck. Yeah, sarcastically. Oh.
There's where they had their chicken dinner. Firestone fed them a big, fancy chicken dinner at his place.
But that's in Ohio, for crying out loud. It's not like it's in. Hi.
So there's that one.
Oh my goodness.
I think I've got one more. Hang on just a minute. You can't see those anyway, can you? I don't think. Yeah, I took it down. I don't think there's another one up on that sheet. No, I'll take that out. No, you're not. Somebody was going to show me how to make a bowstring there.
Is that against me?
Huh?
I could show you how to make bowstrings all day long.
Oh, no, I mean, it just popped up because I was probably looking at something to do with bow and arrows or strings or something.
I could show you how to make a Flemish twist all day long. I got jigs and all kind of stuff to make them.
Yeah, I was going to make a jig to make my own, try to do that.
I make them just by hand now. I don't even use a jig anymore.
Well, what did I do with my lid? Tell you what, I've gotten a bad habit lately of clicking things off and then regretting it because I can't find them. And I guess that's what I've done. Oh, well.
Clicked it off.
I had some more stuff, though, that I wanted to show. Oh, maybe here. Maybe they're here. Oh, well.
Have I failed to mention that I hate computers?
You haven't mentioned it today, I don't think.
Well, I'm just going to remind you.
Okay. You're welcome to.
I hate computers.
You're welcome to expound upon that at great length if you'd like.
I don't need to. I just dislike them heartily.
Okay, now I've lost my show. There it is. All right, guys.
If you got two screens up, dude, it's always going to be frustrating.
Well, I was trying to find those other videos that I'd found. They were pretty much the same things. They were silent film that showed. One of them showed a little bit more of the grunge part of the trip. You know, guys under trucks and fixing trucks and that kind of thing. And that one I showed was when when they met Harvey Firestone and some other stuff. And he was a big deal because one, they were running his tires on some of the vehicles.
I'm sure that trip was not fun.
I don't think it would have been fun either. It probably was a great story afterwards, but
Yeah, I mean they had a lot of fun later if they survived it.
yeah.
Talking about it with among themselves, but I'm sure that trip was no fun. All the way from DC on.
Long trip. Like I said, you and I spent a few hours in the back of a pickup truck that had a cap on it and probably had some soft stuff to sit on and a book to keep ourselves entertained. But
We were sitting in like a spot this wide, dude.
well, that was a different trip. The that was in the back of my truck. I was talking about your dad's when we went to
Even that was like it was gear
well, it was, but we
and
had
a little bit of room for us.
well, I know, but so think about riding in those trucks though and doing the same distance.
Yeah, I get it. For 62 days.
Let's see. What have I missed over here? I'm sorry, guys.
And I'm sure they had no suspension and
carburetor is the thing you spray brake cleaner on when you starting things, right? Well, that's one way. That's a good way thought there, Rhonda. Carburetors are the things that when they set up all winter now because of the shitty gas we run, pardon me, they all clog up over winters and you have to have a carburetor overhaul or buy a new one or throw it away and get another one. That's why your weed eater won't work every spring after it sets all winter.
Find one.
1987 was the last time a BMW had a carburetor. That sounds about right. The last carbureted car that I'm aware of was a Subaru Justy. I believe it was Justy was what they were called. That was the last that was supposed to have been at that time at least. I think it was the last carbureted car in the country. Now motorcycles, I had a motorcycle that still had a carburetor on it until just I think a few years ago they finally changed it and it's got fuel injection now. Most motorcycles are fuel injected nowadays. One of mine is and one of mine isn't.
And the sad thing to me is that I understand a carburetor and don't understand what came afterwards.
Well, what came afterwards pretty darn complicated. I actually learned about fuel injection and pressurized carburetors and stuff in A&P school on how to work on airplanes, but then I never worked on almost anything that ever had one. In fact, I'm not sure I ever worked. Well, I worked on a couple of antique airplanes that had carburetors, but everything else was fuel injected, even on airplanes. Well, probably even before cars were. But so a lot of that stuff that I'm sure Brad might have gone through a little bit of that too. But most of the stuff I worked on didn't have anything to do with what I was originally trained for, how to do it. Bye, Rhonda. Thanks for stopping by. Glad to see you. Get back again if you can. And you too, Shelley. I hope you're not leaving yet, but I mean, if you are, I hope you make it back. I miss having you around.
We need to do another Shelley bird photo tour.
Yeah, that's true. Are you still doing photography? I hope, because I'd hate to think you weren't with your talent.
Yeah.
You were
very talented.
Yeah, you were putting out some really good stuff. I think she's living way down south in Mississippi now. She does. Well, we need to, you need to show some of your.
We need to do a version 2 of that.
Yeah, that'd be a good thing. Oh, she's been making spooky birdhouses. Are they sell? I bet they are selling. I mean, right now, but if you can make something and sell it that's spooky anything, I keep telling Brenda she needs to get in on the spooky Halloween costume / and apron / and whatever else that she could then sell them, because I think she could. She's in northern Michigan at the moment.
Nothing wrong with that either.
I'd like to see your spooky birdhouses.
Tell the rough grouse I said, hey.
Yeah, yeah. I just met a guy the other day. I think I've told you about this. I sent him some plans. I'm hoping he makes a couple of owl boxes for me.
Oh, you said you were going to get some screech owl boxes.
And if he doesn't, I'm still going to either buy lumber and make some, or I'm going to buy some, because I want to put a couple of screech owl boxes up here in the woods, edge of the woods, and I'd like to put a barn owl box on my upper barn building just to see if anything takes up residence there besides the damn house sparrow.
You got them?
Oh, do I got them? You mean English sparrows? Yes, I got them.
Me too. But I feed chickens. I feed chickens and I feed birds. Yeah. I feed wild birds and I feed chickens, and so I got a house sparrow issue.
And some birds, like the house sparrow, are probably eating out of both pots of food.
You're darn tootin' they are. They might eat more chicken food than the chickens do.
Jeez.
And I have declared jihad over the years like 3 or 4 times, and I need to do it again. And I have mist nets, but which work really good on starlings, but not those house sparrows are
tricky.
Golly, they're savvy. They just figured out.
I wonder how they figured that out.
Well, I have to put my mist nets, I'll put a mist net out in my chicken house, and I got to put it up. I can't put it clear to the ground.
Oh, so they're getting under it.
Because of the chickens. The chickens have to have somewhere to walk, And so the house sparrows just see that, they see that mist net or something, and they just avoid it. And the starlings are just like, duh, and they run right in, And I'm okay with taking them out too, but the house sparrows are way worse.
Yeah. Shelley, I figured they weren't going to be for birds anymore. Since when you turn them spooky, I figure you're doing all kinds of cool things with them that aren't really bird related. But a spooky birdhouse could take the place of somebody's spooky pumpkin on their porch. You never know. We've got a birdhouse mounted on one of the posts of our porch, and I put it up in the hopes that we might get bluebirds in there, but I got it up kind of late. And I bet there is one bull English sparrow out there that I bet's bred every female in town just from watching him.
And they probably laid like 87 clutches of eggs.
We think they've raised at least 4 clutches of chicks in that one house this year. I mean, they're constantly in there. I mean, it's been a nonstop thing for them all summer.
Well, I live in an old house, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's got kind of wooden eaves that are perfect for placing nests.
Yeah.
You know those grassy hay string nests that they build?
Yeah.
They're just gross looking nests, and they raise, clutch after clutch after clutch after clutch of birds, and we have too many.
And then they come back year after year after year.
And here in the last couple of weeks, it's been like, there aren't very many house sparrows around, and I don't know if they've become in David Attenborough's world migratory,
Maybe.
or if some disease went through them and it killed them all, which I'd be happy with too. So
Well, that could be too. Bear with me just a moment. I'm looking to see if I thought Tennessee was playing football today on TV.
well, I know that the Red Sox are playing here in a little bit. I'm gonna be watching them. My wife's gonna be in town and won't be able to watch it with me.
She going to visit?
Well, she went for some kind of autumn festival, left already.
Oh shoot!
Some kind of a deal that is like Halloween, sort of kind of Halloween related, but
Yeah.
autumn festival-y that Grandpa don't like to go to town that often.
If you can help it.
Yeah, if I can get out of one of those deals, that's a good deal for me. I'd rather look out the river and watch the moose. But anyway,
Speaking of, have you had any in your yard lately?
not in the yard, but I've seen maybe 8 the last 2 weeks on the property, but not in the yard. So
Are they? When do they rut?
now,
That's what I thought. I thought they ought to be getting really close if they weren't.
Shelley said the Tigers are playing the Red Sox today. They played them yesterday. It was one of the best games I've ever watched. Are you froze up?
No, I was trying
you
to.
were seriously it looked like you were froze up.
No, I was really focused on my.
You were concentrating.
Well, I was looking for. I'm sorry, I was looking for that football game. I thought it was on at 12:15, and I was just going to turn it on. I think I'm recording it though, so I can watch it tonight if I don't see it.
And Carol said, "Go Tigers." Sorry, Mark. I'm okay. They already made it into the playoffs, so first time in 5 years or whatever.
Well, if they both made it, then
and I would be happy if the Tigers make it as well.
Well, and I think they stand a pretty good chance. Well, like I said, I don't know if that's going to be they made it in as a wild card now if they beat the Astros, and it don't matter about the Guardians, or if that Guardian.
I think if the Astros lost last night, both of them are in. The Red Sox won yesterday, so they made it. They clinched their spot. And if the Astros lost, the Tigers would clinch. I think. So
So
I think both of them are in the playoffs now.
that'd be good. I think that's what your wife said. Now that
And I'm
we go back to the first part of the show. Oh look,
I
I'll
have no ties to Boston, Massachusetts at all,
except that this.
except for my wife loves them and my son loves them. And I'm a fan.
That's all that matters.
I like some of their players. I like some of their former players even better. But yeah, I'm just kind of a fan.
I can't remember why.
I don't know why I would root for a Yankee team from Massachusetts.
Well,
No tie to the Yankees at all. I dislike them intensely.
And that may be correct.
I don't know why I'm not a Braves fan, actually.
Well, I grew up a Braves fan because I grew up with my mom and dad were both Braves fans.
Yeah, because that's what, if you lived in East Tennessee, you were a Braves fan.
Yeah, and then they were on TV, so you could watch them back then every game on TBS or whatever when they first started that Turner stuff, and so we watched them play. Mom and dad watched them play till they couldn't watch them anymore, and they went to a lot of games in Atlanta over the years after my brother and I moved away and they retired. They go down to several games a year and watch them play, and
so
they also
Ian thinks that the Tigers are only one game ahead of the Astros with 2 games to go.
And both of those games are against the Red Sox, aren't they?
And but I don't. The whole like you're gonna make it, we're not gonna make it thing confuses me every time, every year at this time of year.
If I'm not looking at it on a piece of paper,
if I'm watching like bull riding, I know like, oh, that guy got bucked off.
Tina, that's a really good idea. I know I've told this before. My mom and dad were Braves fans, both of them, but there's some weird connection between East Tennessee and the Yankees. So there's a lot of Yankees fans around this part of the country, or were. And Mom liked the Yankees if they were in the. She preferred the Braves, but if the Yankees were in the World Series, she'd usually root for them. And my dad rooted for anybody that was playing against the Yankees. He didn't care if it was the team he hated. He would not. He wasn't going to root for the Yankees no matter what. So I kind of grew up. In my house, we sort of grew up. Either you're pro Yankee or you weren't Yankee. So Dad, I didn't like the Yankees. My brother may have part of the time. He might have sided with Mom on that, but we didn't. I kind of used to stay clear of that argument. I wasn't going to get in the middle of it, but we could kind of bicker about stuff like that and enjoy it. It wasn't too serious. It was more fun.
So Ian, yes, last night they proclaimed that the Red Sox had clinched a wild card spot, and that if a certain set of events, the Astros losing, might make the Tigers have another one. I just don't know.
Thanks, babe, for coming by and hanging around. I don't know what you got planned for the rest of the day, but if you need help doing it, let me know. And is it raining? I can't see out right now, so I don't hear it now.
She's got yard work for you, buddy.
That what she said? Oh no.
No. I'm just.
If it's raining, we ain't doing no yard work.
I'm just poking the bear.
I gotta go to Phil's house sometime in the next couple of days. He was up here the other day, and he's getting ready to go on a motorcycle trip.
Where's he going?
Well, he's supposed to be going to Big Bend, and they're going to ride motorcycles on the back roads and the dirt roads and stuff down there. But the way things are going, they may not be open
because of
the budget shut, the government shutdown mainly.
Oh, but the park may not be open.
Yeah, the park may not be open.
Well, I've been there many times. They'll never know if you were there or not.
Well, I don't disagree. That's true. But, they've got camping reservations and stuff, and that'll all be wiped out.
But I've been there many times where all my stuff got stolen, too.
Well, I don't know if he's had that problem yet or not, but
trucks broken into and all my stuff got stolen. And I love that country, but I don't love the people that live around it. It's full of fascinating stuff.
Tina said her folks didn't like the Yankees either, and they were in New York.
I ain't no fan of them. That great big lurch guy, I kind of like him.
Oh, do you?
Well, yeah, he just seems like a good man, but. And if I was to have to go up a dark alley, I would like to have him on my 6.
Well, he's pretty good size, so yeah, I get
that. And I don't mean to call him Lurch, but he looks like he's got a little gigantism in him.
Yeah, kind of. I was trying to think of something else now about
I'd like to have him on my 6.
Oh, well, another reason there was a lot of Yankees fans, I think, in East Tennessee back then, at least, or when I was growing up, is because Johnson City had a farm league, a AAA or AA or single A team, and they were
Yankees. It was the Yankees farm league.
Yeah, and for a while it was. For a long time it was, and then it changed to.
Well, our closest farm league is the Bees in Salt Lake.
Yeah, Salt Lake, yeah.
And I think they're an Angels farm league. I think. And we've been to a few of their games and it's been fun, but I mean it's fun experience, but I wouldn't root for the Angels.
Shelly wants to know what's wrong with Lurch Adams.
Nothing's wrong with Lurch Adams. I was a fan of him too. I was a fan of him too. Like if you can open the door up and say you rang and scare the crap out of
you rang.
You rang.
I forgot about that. We went to a Yank game when I was in grade school. I might have been like between ages 8 and 10 or something. And we went to Johnson City and watched them this particular game. And there was a kid there that was fairly new with the team. And he was wearing number 7, which was Mickey Mantle's number.
Yeah.
And or whatever Mickey Mantle's number was. I think it was 7. And this kid got up, and in that game, every time he came to bat, he hit a home run.
Really?
And I think one of them might have been a grand slam. And immediately the Yankees called him up, and he went into the big leagues for a little while. And then I think they sent him back down because he wasn't quite ready. But that particular night, he had their number. He had every time. I think he hit 4 home runs, and then I think, pretty sure he hit a grand slam too. But I mean, he was really stroking the ball that night, and he was wearing that number. And as a kid, I immediately conjured up visions of a new Mickey Mantle here.
That would have been cool.
Yeah. We were watching.
Well, I got to see some things last night. It was a good game. I told my wife at the end of the game, I'm like, that might have been my most favorite baseball game ever. It wasn't like super flashy, nothing. The Sox were down 0-3 going into the 6th, 7th inning, and then they came back, and right at the end, Cesar Rafaela whacked one and won the game for him. Are you frozen up again?
No, I'm listening. I was checking that. I'm still looking for that game because it didn't come on.
And he smacked one clear back against the monster, and the dude that was back there to catch the ball missed it.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. And brought in the winning run 4-3. Wasn't a high scoring game. And the response of the team was my most favorite part of it. Like at the end, they all just kind of piled on him like a big old dog pile. It was cool.
So I understand for sure. So he hit a 3-run homer that won the game, or a 4-run?
No. They had tied the game up. They had tied the game up 3-3 in the last innings of the game. And then Cesar hit that ball and brought the winning run in. And the team's response to that, because it's the first time they've been to the playoffs now in 5 years.
Yeah.
Was a big deal. I just thought it was a beautiful ball game.
Well, then that's what counts. I mean, if you watch, that's probably why I've gotten so interested in the last few years in Little League baseball. Partially because I still want to believe in the sanctity of the game and not think about pros all the time, and even college guys now are drawing a paycheck. I'm sure they are on baseball. I know they are in football. And there was a time I didn't think that really mattered, but I'm beginning to wonder about that. Sure has changed to hell.
I think it matters.
I think it has mattered now because I did always used to think that, it seems like it would only be fair for some of that, for some way to at least help those guys live and earn, go through college. If they don't have a scholarship, some of them do.
But that's called a scholarship.
Well, yeah, but some don't have that though. And there's guys out there that walk on and play without a scholarship, and they're on their own. And anyway, that whole thing seems like it, and I don't understand it all yet, but it seems like it's turned into a whole different thing. And every year, players are on a different team. And I was looking for the University of Tennessee and Mississippi, University of Mississippi, I believe, or Mississippi State. I'm not sure which one it is.
I love to ask my son-in-law if he's what. How's Mississippi State done? Because he's an Ole Miss guy.
Oh, that's right.
Actually, he's a Delta State guy, but he went to Ole Miss for a little while till he flunked out or whatever he did, and got too expensive, had to go home. He's a Delta State guy, proud of him, but I love to ask him, like, how's Mississippi State doing? Because it drives him crazy.
Oh, it's not on until 4:15. I thought it came on at 12 noon, 15. Okay, so I hadn't missed it. It's not on yet. And they're playing Mississippi State. So Ole Miss is the university.
Yeah, so if Mississippi State loses, my son-in-law won't care at all.
No, but
actually, he'll actually be rooting for, is it UT?
Yeah.
He'll be rooting for UT then.
I don't like his.
But I on purpose slip up regularly, like, well, how's Mississippi State doing?
Thanks, Ian. I figured it out.
He'll be like, I don't care.
I don't care. It's kind of like being if you're from Alabama. Usually, you only have two choices. Well, not two. There's places like University of Alabama at Birmingham. They're starting to get to be a pretty good ball team and stuff. But mostly, it's Alabama and Auburn.
Right.
And you're either one or you're the other. You're not both ever down there.
Exactly.
And I've seen families broke apart over that.
What's Auburn, the Warhawks?
War Eagles.
War Eagles.
Or the Tigers. They're also Tigers, but most of the time now I think they just go by War Eagles. There for a while it was kind of confusing on their mascot situation. But I think War Eagles is the best, and most Auburn fans I know that was their rally cry was War Eagles.
And my son-in-law hates
That's
Alabama.
Right. He does have a dragon.
He hates Alabama. And
yeah, well, I
but his parents live in Alabama now. And it's just like, God. And they're a big, like, college football family. And it's kind of fun to poke the bear every now and again.
I get that. See, I don't like his.
I'll be like, Roll Tide, and they'll. I had John's parents here at the house a couple of weeks ago for a crawfish boil, and I was like, Roll Tide. And his dad looked at me and like, the heck with that? I'm like, but you live in Alabama now.
Well, ask him if it's not Alabama, Roll Tide, then what about War Eagles? Probably not going to be there either, I'm thinking.
He's an Ole Miss. They're Ole Miss people. Ole Miss only people.
See, I can't stand Ole Miss's coach. And if he
because he like slinked out in the middle of the night and went to Ole Miss from Tennessee.
No, he actually went to California, one of the California teams.
He went to UC Davis, I think.
And then he didn't do any good, so then he bounced around for a while. Now he's ended up at Mississippi State, or Ole Miss, I mean. And I just can't stand that guy. I didn't like him when he was a coach here, and I don't like him. I really didn't like him after that.
I see him on the TV, and I'm like, I bet Tim's thinking bad thoughts about him right now.
Yeah, I don't have much use for him. He was, I don't know. He was all mouth back then. I think he didn't have much. He wasn't very mature as a coach. Now he proved that pretty quick by sneaking off in the middle of the night. But
yeah, anyway,
he's an ass as far as I'm concerned. Sorry. No, I ain't kipping yet. That's all.
And that's why I don't like teams on bull riding now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's just like I'm okay with the boys getting along, but I much prefer the individual.
I don't know. I guess they're going to keep pushing that, but
You can either feel it or don't feel it. It's I don't know how much coaching can be involved in that particular sport.
I don't either. I don't know.
You either kind of can feel it or you can't, and maybe that's the way it is and everything. Anyway,
I don't know.
I'm ready for it to go back to the UTB.
When will that happen? November or before?
No, it'll be
Or after?
probably December. They'll start that
Yeah.
back up.
Yeah, that sounds right.
These guys are riding year round now, and they didn't used to have to do that. And some of them are riding year round and filling in the middle with rodeos, with PRCA rodeos.
Yeah.
So they're getting on more than they ever did in the past, I think. And it's not going to be healthy for them.
I don't think so either.
When they're my age, they'll be picking their goddamn arm up over their head all the time. I can't feel my arm. Anyway.
I had to be like me. I had to pick this for a while. I was having to pick this one up with my other hand because it just over my shoulder. I'm sure there's a lot of bad shoulders in that business.
There's a lot of bad shoulders in that business.
I mean, they're hard on both sides, holding on with one hand and trying to.
Well, this forearm feels like it's hard to say crap, but I won't. And this shoulder feels like crap, but I won't say that.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just the way it is, I guess. You get to be elderly. Stupid stuff you did when you were a kid comes back to haunt you.
Yeah. You can't. There's a price there, buddy. There's a price to be paid. The Tillerman's going to be paid somewhere in there.
If you're gonna be stupid, you got to be tough, as my son says.
Yeah, if you're going to be stupid, you got to be tough. That's true.
But then after a while, he doesn't know yet. When you get elderly, it comes back to haunt you again.
Yeah, it sure will.
Only worse. Like, why does that hurt? Oh, yeah, that's right. I did a stupid thing when I was 20.
I'm convinced that I did something somewhere in my life that got that bone chip or spur in my spine that dug into my spinal cord. I'm sure that's something.
Well, I'll guarantee you did.
I was
probably there.
You might have been. Oh man, did I tell you I had a real
probably right there at the spot.
Did I tell you that I had a very depressing moment the other day?
No.
I strung up your bow, the bow you made for me.
Oh no.
Thinking I could shoot that bow because I think it draws about 55 pounds. Maybe it might be more than that. And I couldn't draw it.
It was probably
You think it's
to get her
65?
done.
Do what?
What?
I couldn't draw it. I mean, I couldn't draw it.
It might be 60, 65.
So I got to figure out one of these little bows up here is a 45 pound. I got to get it out and see if I can draw it. I may be going back to the kids' bow over here in the corner until I get my things worked back up. I don't know. It was just it was discouraging. I thought I was ready to start drawing that bow again. Next learning TLC show. Ian said Tennessee Bear and Uncas get old. We're already old. Sometimes I feel way old.
Look at our bears, dude.
Sometimes I feel way older than I want to feel. Up here, I keep telling myself I ain't old.
And I fight it every day. It's like, nope. I'm gonna put my leg over that filly here any day. And I am.
Then the question becomes: have you not done it yet?
I might have to have a box to get on.
So the question becomes: are you not getting on because you're hurting, or are you not getting on because you don't want to hurt? Or it could be both, I suppose.
Yeah,
I've got a little back to the bow thing from my side. I've got a little bow up here that's I'm not even sure what kind it is, and I thought it was a self bow, but I believe it's a laminated bow. It just looks like wood. I bought it for $5 on an auction or something through Jen and Kelly, I think, and I need to put a new wrap on it on the grip area, but I think I could. It's about 35 or 40 pounds. I may have to start on it.
I'd just do that, dude.
Well, that's what I'm going to do. I've never shot that bow, but I'm sure that I can shoot that bow. Look here hang on just a minute. Looky here what I found. I didn't find them.
They found some stuff.
I didn't. I mean, they rent a box.
Oh, look at those beauties.
Oh, wrong one. Some guy. I made these up, painted these, dipped them, painted them.
Beautiful.
And marked them. And look at this down here on the end. Look at this baby.
Look at that big old Delta.
Big old Delta's wiki. I was watching. I was going to tell you.
Probably just like an Arkansas toothpick. It's razor sharp. No scope, no nothing.
No nothing. I've discovered this. Some other hunters people, and there happens to be this gal and her husband that hunt in Pennsylvania a lot, but they come out west some too. And the only thing, and they bow hunt. They do everything. They gun hunt, they muzzleload hunt, and she's done some really good videos about butchering and how to dress your deer out. She's pretty handy with a knife, I have to admit. But I was watching it the other day. I was watching, and her name is just so you know, in case you ever want to look. Her name is
no, don't be turning me on to another.
Outdoors Alley.
Outdoors Alley.
Outdoors Allie. I don't know what her husband calls her Allie, so I guess that's her short for something. But anyway, she does hunt with a wheel bow. But I got to give her that, I guess. But
and down there keeps telling you stop lying to yourself, old man.
That below my neck. That's what I was trying to say a while ago, Tina. So thanks for putting the words in. Allison. Okay, it probably is Allison. Anyway, I was kind of proud of her the other day. She was shooting. I saw her draw her bow back. Now she's using probably some kind of carbon arrow and non-feathered fletching, but still.
And some kind of a like wheeled contraption.
Yeah, it was a wheel bow. But she was shooting what looked like a big old three-bladed. Doesn't Zwicky make a three-bladed arrow? Or maybe it wasn't a Zwicky. Somebody does. Anyway, a big, solid, real broadhead, not one of them newfangled.
Yeah, they're. I can't remember who makes that three-bladed. It's kind of 45, 45, 45 kind of a deal.
Yeah, something like
that. But it's not Zwicky. Zwicky makes either the kind you always shot or the kind that had the little cutters kind of a deal.
Yeah, that Eskimo, a Delta.
There was an Eskimo and a Delta, and now they make a mini Eskimo.
Is the Eskimo the one that's got the turned out side barbs like kind of like a bear would be? But
well, hang on just a second. I'll tell you.
Sorry, guys. When it comes to bow hunting, Mark and I can get off on we can get off on a different line of thought here pretty quick. It's definitely one of our favorite topics.
So I killed an impala in Africa with that broadhead right there.
That's right. You did get something with your bow, didn't you? Before it was yeah, okay. I thought I couldn't remember.
That's an Eskimo.
Okay, let's spin it slowly. Okay.
Where do I need to hold it?
No, you were good. I saw what I wanted to see. So, okay, I'll tell you just.
So you always shot the Deltas, the one with the square shoulders.
Yeah. Okay.
And I like this design because it looks like a Fred Bear broadhead.
It does. You're right. I think I may have a few of those too, actually.
Look at that beautiful arrow. Ooh, ain't that pretty. Ain't that pretty.
Do you fletch that?
No, I had Three Rivers Archery built those arrows for me.
Yeah, it's not. If I've got that other broadhead, it's not here. I still have a few. I think I still have a few that have Fred himself broadheads on them, but
I still have a few too. I have a whole box actually, like in the set.
Yeah, I don't have any of the good old ones that you've got. I don't think
the old golden ones that had the inserted. You could insert that little razor blade in. I have a whole box of those that nobody will ever find until I tell my son where they're at.
To bury them with you. Here's a three-bladed broadhead, but that's
I would like this arrow to go in my ashes.
Yeah, I can see that.
That was the most magical thing. Anyway.
How big was that impala? What kind was that? Oh, well, it was an impala. Never mind.
It was an impala. It was a big one. It was a big one, too.
I was thinking antelope. And
they are antelope.
I know they are, but
they're true antelope. They're not fake antelope. They're not pronghorn. They're true antelope.
I don't think I see that broadhead she was using. Or the Woodsman Elite that's got a three-bladed, but I don't know. It looked more like a.
I can't believe I can't even think of the name of it. There's a big three-bladed broadhead Doesn't matter.
There's a Delmar penetrator, but it wasn't that. And there's a VPA traditional 3-bladed glue
Back
on.
before we got to be old men, we could remember these things.
Yeah, we could. Which was really fun when we could remember. I guess it's kind of fun now because we get to relearn them new. It's like something new all the time.
That's what my mother says. She's like, you know what the cool thing is about Alzheimer's? You get to meet a new person every day.
Well, that's one way to look
And
at it.
she doesn't have, thank God she does not have it. But she worked in a nursing home for a gazillion years, and that was their joke, was you get to meet a new person every single day.
And yet I'm going to tell you a story. You brought that up, so you get what I got to say. I learned to drive in a 65 Impala Super Sport. I really did. My dad had one for a while. I got to drive it some. It was a big 2-door.
I got an Impala story too, but you
got
go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, I'm done. That's all I was going to say.
No, you get. So my grandmother had an Impala that I used as a trapping vehicle. She would give me the keys, and I would take it driving and go check my box line with it. And it did not have, the latch on the trunk did not have there was no latch.
It wouldn't stay.
Yeah, like if you lifted the trunk up on a normal car, you know how it stays up because it's got a spring and it's got a latch and it stays up.
See, I do have
That's
a few.
An Eskimo.
Yeah, I do have a few of these.
Anyway, I had a stick that I had found in the woods that was cool, that the vines had grown around it, and it was twisted. You know you know what they look like.
Yeah, I know.
And that's what I used to prop that trunk lid open with. And I opened that trunk lid up. My cousin Brad and I were out running trap line. I popped that trunk lid up, put that stick in there, grabbed my pack basket full of traps, and pulled it out of there and hit that stick. And the trunk dropped on the back of my head like a deadfall trap.
Oh, no. Those are heavy too.
And knocked me out, like clear out. And when I came to, I was still in the trunk, and my cousin was laying on his back, kicking his feet in the air and laughing. And he said something like, you look kind of like a dead fox, like
in the back of the car.
In the back, like if you'd had a tail, it would have been swinging in a circle, which people won't understand. And I apologize, but
Look here what I found. Now I bought these arrows. I think this is one that
Look here what I found.
I think this came with one of that bow I bought because I got some arrows with it. Or maybe it's a different. Look at this.
That's a Howard Hill broadhead right there, buddy.
It is a Howard Hill. How'd you know that? That is a Howard Hill broadhead.
I have several of them.
That's not a bad looking broadhead either.
He harvested a lot of critters with one of those, and from crocodiles to bull elephants to deer to elk, whatever.
That feels like a pretty light.
Ian says his first car was a 1974
Mercury Comet.
Mercury Comet. I just got new glasses, by the way. I don't know if you can tell. They're square. They're not round. They're not oval.
Well,
They didn't have what I wanted. I wanted ovals again, and they didn't. I guess that's not in fashion now. So
probably not. So
I had to get these square ones, but you can do all kind of cool stuff with them.
Oh wow!
But I can't really see out of them very well. So if I bother
Tina, go ahead.
If I bother folks by leaning,
so I was going to ask you what kind of lens? I mean, what
it's
kind of
because
lens?
I'm looking over my glasses and looking like my father.
So are they progressive things, or are they just one focus?
They're just one focus. And I told my new eye doctor that my last ones were progressive. And he looked at them and he goes, "No, they aren't." Well, I can tell they
Thanks,
are.
Carol, for coming by. Hope to see you next week. You have a great weekend. Let's say, go Wolverines. I don't know who they're playing, though. I should probably check on that before I say that.
Anyway, my old ones are scratched up pretty bad.
Yeah.
So I had to get new glasses, and I don't like them.
You don't like them?
No, there are days where I'm like, the hell with it. Pardon my French. I'm going to go back to my scratched up ones that I could see out of better. And at a distance, I can see fine, but not up close.
Do you not have bifocals?
I had trifocals.
Okay.
I had the progressive, but my new eye doctor's like, those are just regular lenses, and I'm like, no, I tell you, because I've been looking at them for years, 10 years, that they're progressive. But he didn't think so. So
well, work for you. That's amazing.
I might have to go find a new eye doctor now.
Well, if you're having trouble with them, I'd probably check on that for sure. I need to go. I got a note from my eye doctor the other day, said, "Hey, it's your time to come by and check, about glasses again." Which I hate to say this, but I'm afraid I need to be adjusted already. I got to go back to Tina for a minute.
If I slide them clear to the end of my nose, I can see you clearly. But if I put them where glasses are supposed to sit,
you can't see.
Well, I can see, but not clearly. That's so cool.
Tina said that
she had a 61 Comet that had a plywood floorboard. That's so cool.
Tina, who said that? Tina or Ian?
Tina did.
Okay, Tina, I've spent some time in early model Comets and Ford Falcons, which were more or less the same body. Or not same body, same chassis. And I have great fond memories of those little cars, actually.
My grandfather drove a Falcon. It was the same exact color as my little red pickup.
Oh, yeah?
Exactly the same color. And that was the most beautiful little car ever. And I know where it's resting in peace.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, it's up on the hill in the woods and on my uncle's farm.
Is it bad rusted?
Oh, it's gone nearly. But what a gorgeous little it didn't get sold or nothing. It just got taken up on the hill, and this is where you will decompose.
Tina, did it have a 3-speed on the column, straight shift, or was it an automatic? Because the ones I drove, 3 of the ones I drove were stick shift on the tree, as we call it, on the column. And one of them, the latest one, was I don't remember what year it was, but it was this Comet it was a Comet. It was bigger, a little bit bigger, and it was squared up. I want to say it was a 64, but maybe it was a 70 something, but I don't know when they quit making them. But most of the ones I drove were little Falcons, and I'm like Mark, I kind of fell in love with them. They're just kind of I never seen many automatics in them back then, so that's kind of cool. Well, I mean, if you want to drive it, I think it's a shame people don't know how to drive straight shifts anymore. And maybe you do, but my girls wouldn't know what to do in a stick shift, I don't think. Brenda has driven a straight, but I don't know if she remembers how. She'd tell you she don't know, but I bet it would come back if she did. You might grind a couple, but she'd get
Grandpa's was like 3 on the tree.
That's what a lot of
3 on a tree in reverse.
Yeah. I knew a lot of people.
I loved it. I loved that car. I don't know why. I mean, it wasn't like you could take it to a place where you'd get far off the road, but in that country, you didn't need to,
I tell you what,
I remember going berry picking and stuff like that in that car, or fishing in that car, and like it
be a good fishing car.
It was a perfect little car. It was a perfect car.
And
it was pretty, I think.
I kind of like them too. I like how they're rounded off and stuff, but Ford had a couple little 6-cylinder engines, small ones like 240s that they put in those things. They were little straight 6s.
Yeah.
And those were the best little motors. I'd pull like a horse.
Yeah.
And they got good gas. You remember that? Do you remember that old van I had for a while? We took it to Friendship at least once. And it had a car burning we had that car catch fire in front of us down at Bull's Gas. Well, that van had a straight 6, had a 300 cubic inch straight 6 Ford, the same little motor family that they put in Comets and stuff, but I think it was 300 cubic inch, which still wasn't very big. And that van, big old van, that wasn't full of stuff, but it was still a van. I got 31, 32, 33.
We had GP bolts tied on the top of that thing, dude.
Well, I got good gas mileage in it. It was great. I loved it. And it was a straight shift 3 on the tree.
Yeah.
I got that from where I worked out at Tri-Cities Airport. They were getting rid of it. And I said, how much? They said, I don't know. I can't remember. It's like $150 or something. I drove that thing for several years. Tina says
Tina's was a straight 6.
Her dad was mad that she bought a Ford product. He was a Chevy. He said, they were great little motors. They really were.
He was a Chevy man.
Yeah. I think they made Phil was there. He could correct me or confirm it, but I think they made a 240, a 300, and maybe a 360 was the biggest one they made in that line. But they were all good engines. They had a lot of torque, and they just did what you needed them to do, and they weren't.
And they lasted forever, and
they lasted, and they didn't suck gas. I mean, they were just like I said, you could get decent gas mileage out of them. Back when, most cars didn't get 10.
My grandpa drove that Falcon till at least the mid 70s, maybe longer. He passed in the early 80s, but and he was born in 1885.
Wow.
And he was still driving that old Falcon around. It was a wonderful little car.
Wonder how many miles he had on it.
I have no idea. All I know is I know where it is.
That's a shame. Of course, it's in Ohio, so I'm sure he drove on a lot of salted roads, which just eats them up there.
Yeah, but I mean, it got to go like up to the hill where he passed.
Oh, so it's close to where he's buried.
Well, it's
close
to where he passed.
Oh, okay. I got you.
And it's still up. It's still up there in the woods. I need to go visit the frame someday. I'm sure it's just rusted down to the frame by now, but
I have some. Oh, it's open. Oh, just about knocked that quiver full of arrows over there. Man, I've been working on some leather.
You'd be poking a broadhead in you.
Yep.
There'd be worse ways to go.
Oh, that's right. There's lots of worse ways I can think of. Crap. I've been working on some of my leather goods that I dug out of the box in the basement, which were moldy.
Yeah.
So I baked them to kill the mold. Then I got some saddle soap and I cleaned them up, and I've been oiling the bejesus out of them. And man, are they looking good. I just went down to show Brenda the other day. She said, "Wow, is that the same holster?" And I said, "It is." She said, "That really looks good." I said, "I thought so too." I mean, they just deep, rich mahogany kind of color. And I like them a lot.
Leather goods are
fun. Leather goods are fun.
They're fun.
Yes,
I live in a place where we don't get mold on leather because we don't have mold much.
You don't have moisture.
Because we don't have any moisture.
Yeah,
all my cowboy buddies are always. I think we talked about this. They're always like saddle soap in their saddles, and
they're not oiling them.
And I'm like, if you don't give that leather a drink of oil after you're done, you're ruining it because it just cracks and their saddles come apart. And I'm like, well, there's a reason for that. You're not. And they're like, gee, thanks. And neat's foot oil is cheap. So
yeah, I just bought. This is not like you buy it, but I could have gotten.
I buy it by the gallon.
Yeah, I've got this little.
Yeah. But that'll last you for a long time.
Oh yeah, it'll last me. And I'll tell you what else I discovered. A little sort of. I had this. I found this bottle in one of my boxes of goods, and it's a kiwi bottle of neat's foot oil. And I have no idea how old it is.
Doesn't matter.
And I've used it on those holsters. It's just great. I thought it might have been old, and because it might smell a little different, but
I don't think it ever gets old.
No, it's worked really good. So I'm not wasting any more of this.
And I love the smell of it.
I'm gonna use all that bottle, and then I'll start on this little mini jug. Almost a gallon though, because I thought about just pouring it in a can and just dropping those holsters down there and just let them sit there and soak up as much as they wanted, but I didn't.
Yeah, it's probably best not to do that.
But what I did do, let me see if this will be. What I did do was this. I got these little sponges. I've had these for a while. Bought them by
Oh,
mistake
yeah, those are good.
for a long time. I thought, what am I ever going to do with those? Well, what I've been doing with them is applying neat's foot oil.
Uh-huh.
And I get them nice and oily on some of my older holsters, and I stick them down inside and just let them soak up some down in there. And man, that's soaking through from the inside. And because these all got that slick finish on the outside, but so I figure, and that really
need Kay. I still need Miss Kay to send me some dimensions. By the way,
oh yeah, we forgot about that.
I didn't.
Well, I did. I forgot about that. Yeah, okay, you got to send him some dimensions on that.
I need to know what that Luger looks like.
That knuckle gun,
and I'll do some research on Luger holsters and build one up.
I'm trying.
That's beautiful. That looks slick. And
this little holster is a European holster.
That's like a Luger holster there.
It's Eastern European. It was made for a 32 auto that they used. Police carried. It's a police holster.
Right.
And they had an extra magazine, and then it has, instead of a button or anything, it's got that, I don't know what you call that, post, and it pops through the leather. And it's really cracked. And when I first got it, it was real stiff, and it almost felt like
it was going to fall apart.
Yeah, man, it's getting so much better. I'm gonna.
It looks good.
Work on it till it just gets, so supple.
Well, like I said, like out here, like all my cowboy buddies, they saddle soap their saddles when they get done riding. And they might have ridden 40, 50 miles, and then they bring their saddle in and saddle soap it, and then just let it set. And it's like, nope, you got to put the oil back in that leather, or it's not going to stay leather. It's going to come apart.
Well, I can always remember using neat foot oil on leather gloves, and ball gloves, but I think somewhere down the line, I think somebody told me once incorrectly that saddle soap would clean it and lubricate it, and then I don't believe that or not, but I remember somebody saying that once.
I believe in saddle soap. I believe in using it to clean the leather, but you gotta follow it up with a drink of oil. That's what I told my buddy one day. You're not giving that. You're not oiling your saddle at all. You're just dry. You're just sucking more and more life out of it when you put saddle soap on it, just solely.
Okay, I've got this comment you made posted up there. Oh, excuse me, got something in my mouth. And I guess I'm really curious, when you say green stuff came off of it, are you talking mineral or vegetable, or what kind of green stuff was it? They called it fungus. See, my mom and dad had a small 4-door Buick Special. It was a little car. It was like a Falcon sized car. My brother and his friends named it the Turtle. And that was the other car I learned to drive in, was the Turtle. I used to run my paper route with it too.
The Turtle?
Turtle. It was a little bitty green Buick Special, and it was the size of a little Comet, or a Falcon rather. It was that size car, and it was another small car that American didn't like, basically, because it was too. It wasn't, it's like Falcons and stuff. People thought they were too little or too ugly or whatever. and they were great little cars and got good gas mileage and all that, but they were little. People still liked big old, when they were made, people still thought you had to have a great old big giant car to be safe, on the highway. And I guess they didn't sell, but it says we call my car vomit. It was that color. Oh, God.
So my wife has named every vehicle she's ever owned.
Yeah.
It has a name, and I told her one day, I'm like, I don't know if I named any of mine. And then I'm thinking, well, I had Little Red,
Yeah.
my 68 Datsun pickup truck. And then I have sitting out here right now today. It hasn't moved for years, but I have the Gray Ghost. So I'm like, well, I guess that's not weird to name your vehicles.
All my motorcycles are named.
Yeah.
That's motorcycle people do, but I'm just kind of like that. Maybe because I grew up around airplanes, and they have a lot of times they were named.
Yeah, they were like
stuff almost always had a name on it, and
Lusty Lillian or whatever.
Yeah, that sort of thing. So, and everybody always says, or I've always told people, you can't really just name a motorcycle. You got to kind of let it talk to you and tell you what its name is.
What its name is.
Yeah, and you can laugh at me or think I'm nuts, but it's a mental thing, I guess, if you ride.
Well, like I said, all my wife's cars have had names.
So what's the new one named? Do you know?
Larry.
Larry. Oh yeah, that's right. You told me that.
Because it's a Laredo, and she was like, I'm going to name it Larry. And then she goes, oh, that's your dad's name.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm like, yeah. Well, I'm still calling it Larry. And then we have the little Subaru still, and its name is Subi Doo. And then I have a brown pickup truck sitting out here.
And you named it Turd.
It don't have no name at all. It's never.
I got a good name for it.
It's never earned a name. It's just never earned a name.
You could call it the green jacket car, because I'm pretty sure my green jacket's still behind the seat. Brenda says,
no, I can see it right now.
Okay.
It's hanging right over there on the wall.
Brenda asked me about that. She said, "Hey, Rick, after your jacket."
I can see it from here. It's hanging right there on my. There was a Forest Service sign that told how to get to East Beaver Creek and how many miles it was from the trailhead. Yeah. And somehow that sign jumped off of a tree and landed
right
on the ground. On the ground, and I decided it needed a home.
Bye, Shelley. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great day yourself.
And the East Fork of Beaver Creek. The trailhead sign. I could still remember my buddy Ron, like, we're riding up a trail one day, and there's a sign that was like this way to this and this way to that and this many miles. And he was like, it's weird. And he was standing up on his saddle on top of his horse.
Putting the sign up?
Because the sign was hanging pretty high up.
I know why.
And he goes, this is really weird. And that sign went home with us.
So did you have it or did he get it? Or does that matter anymore?
I don't have it, but my stepson does.
We used to have to put signs up high like that so people wouldn't tear them down.
And that's why Ronald was standing up in his saddle.
Yeah, I get that. I knew that. I figured that was why. Some signs need a new home, but some signs people just like to tear down.
But this East Fork of Beaver Creek, it was actually laying on the ground.
Well, see, it needed.
I did not pull it off the tree. It was laying on the ground, and I'm like, "Why is that laying there?" And they didn't care enough, I guess. So I gave it a new home and made a coat rack out of it.
And now Sammy has it.
No, Sammy has the Indian Creek sign.
different story.
No, he's got the one I was telling you that Ronald stood up in the saddle to pull down. The one I have was literally laying on the ground. Did you freeze up again?
No, I was reading what Ian put down there. He said he's talking about the car after the Comet. His car after the Comet was an Escort, and he called that one POS. I know what that means.
I know what that means. And if I had an Escort, I'd call it the same thing.
He stopped naming them after that, he said. I get that. I understand.
Yeah, I would definitely have called an Escort the exact same name.
I'm trying to think if I knew anybody that ever had an Escort. Phil had an
Escort, I think.
He had some model Escort for a while. He's got a Mazda car about the same year as my Mazda CUV or whatever it is, across my CX-5, and then he's got a Ford Ranger pickup truck. The last year of the previous body style, I think. He's got a camper top on that. That's the one he drives all over the country. He's had it out west every time. He camps in the back.
He's been to Arizona and back many times in that truck.
Yeah, he's got him a foam slab in the back of it, and he camps in it, which is handy. Ian said he had 8 people in that Escort once. That's a car load in an Escort.
So I had a guy drive into my check station one day in an Escort, like the hatchbacky version of the Escort, and had an entire cow elk in the back of that Escort loaded whole.
Wow. And
it was really cold that day. And I'm like, dude, you need to get home. And that elk was riggering and
I
cold.
bet.
And I'm like, you need to get home.
You ain't gonna get it out of there.
I checked his license real quick, and I'm like, you need to get home now. He's still had 10 miles to go or so, and I'm like, you'll never get that cow elk out of the back of that car ever.
It might fold it up easy, but it ain't going to now.
And Ian's was a hatchback too.
Yeah. 8 people. I bet they were friendly.
I've never seen a guy like a dude. He was a kid from the University of Wyoming, and he killed this cow elk. And she was like a big, mature cow elk, 400 or 500 pounds.
Yeah.
And how he got her up into that car hole, I'll never know. But I'm like,
had he got her?
She was, yeah. I mean, she'd been field dressed, but I'm like, you gotta go, dude.
Maybe he was from back east or something, and then because I mean, back here, people.
No, it was a UW student, and living off campus somewhere.
Oh me, that'd be a car full.
We laughed, and there was 3 or 4 of us running that check station that day, and we laughed and laughed and laughed. Like I used to have a photo of it, but I don't know if I still do.
What year did you say your little red truck was?
68.
Okay, they started bringing those things in 58. I couldn't remember. I thought yours was one of the first ones. It's still an early one, but they started bringing them in 58. I'll have to look for 68 here. I don't think they changed a whole lot.
It was a beautiful little pickup that would go 55 miles an hour, whether you needed it to or not. I can still remember driving it through the mountains of West Virginia, and people would be like right on my backside.
There it is, right there.
It was a gorgeous little truck.
Yeah. What year was your live truck?
425,000 miles that truck got put on it. 425,000.
Wasn't it still running though when you got rid of it?
So I gave it to Brad, to my cousin, when it probably had, I don't know, 375 on it. And I hadn't put all those miles on it. It preceded my driving age. I think it had 325, 3 something on it when I gave it to my cousin. And then he drove it when he went to Kentucky for school. And then he gave it to a buddy of ours that was a coon hunter to use as a coon hunting vehicle. And it just went and went and went and went and went. And it had deals over the years that we had to put a little bit of money into, but not a lot.
Not a lot.
It had a sediment bowl. It was a beautiful little truck.
Oh, wow. You don't find that anymore either. You know that LOVE stood for light utility vehicle? I didn't know that. I just thought it was some name they come up with.
Well, that was my next truck.
I know. That's what I was. There's one right here that looks like it's the same color as yours.
Well, mine had been painted with, I think Curly had painted it with a broom, literally.
You did that too, didn't you?
No, I didn't do it. He did.
Okay.
That's the same color, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I drove that truck to Belize.
Yeah, you told me that. I'm amazed that it's down there back.
That's about the color of Little Red right there.
Uh-huh. But that's another LOVE. That's a later model. What was yours? This says 72 to 80 was this model. That's what you had, wasn't it?
Yep. That's the truck right there, buddy.
Style.
That might be the truck.
Might be the truck. That could be it. Yeah, you're right. And it was in a Isuzu Pasture.
I sold that to my ex-brother-in-law for like $500 or something. Not even that. And then he sold it to somebody in Mexico.
So that may still be down there today.
So that might be the truck.
That truck could still
we
be.
We don't make colors like that anymore.
No.
Which is sad. Look at that.
Oh, I still got them on. I forgot I still had it up there. Yeah, I'm not sure what year this is. Oh, that may not tell me. There's yours. There's a
Look at that one.
That's a little bit newer than yours.
Wow.
Apparently,
We don't paint vehicles in those cool colors anymore.
wow. It says that people who own the first generation Loves, like the one you had,
Yeah.
have discovered that the little 1.8 liter four cylinder can be swapped out for a Chevy small block 5.7 liter V8. In other words, a 350 or three whatever Chevys are, 350. Yeah, I think they're 350s. That's a lot of motor for a little truck like that. That's hot. In other words, hot rodding it, making it a hot rod, a show truck or something. Jeez.
So that little green truck, I drove it when I went to grad school, and I was driving across White Sands Missile Range, heading to Las Cruces. Had never been there before. No, I had been there. I just had, yeah, it was when I was moving. And I got into what in the sandbox they would call a haboob.
Yeah, sandstorm.
Yeah, big, like a whiteout sandstorm. Like I'd never seen anything like that in my life.
I bet that happens there though. That gypsum sand is lighter and finer than.
And it literally sandblasted the whole west side of my truck. Almost took the paint down to the bare metal.
Wow.
And it ripped both my side view mirrors off.
Dang, how high was the wind?
I don't know, 70 to 90 miles an hour probably. It was awful. I was like, what the heck have I done? Like, I'm going to have to live in this country now. And it's the only time I've seen it, that kind of weather. I mean, I've seen plenty of those in the snow.
Yeah.
And up here in Wyoming, I mean, that's not uncommon wind at all. But at that time, I had never experienced that before. Ian says haboob is a great word.
Not sure that's exactly how it's spelled.
I think that's exactly how it's spelled.
Is it? Okay. Kay says her brother painted cars. He had a buddy that wanted a car painted royal plum. It was a cool color, so my brother painted my kitchen playset the same color. I had the only purple stove. Tina was saying that Chuck would like to have a mustard yellow car.
You know, I remember that color. I loved that color. They used to have kind of a burnt orange color too. The 60s and the 70s had the best colors on cars ever. Early 70s, not late 70s. I always loved that mustard yellow.
I always like mustard yellow. I like the mustard yellow beads.
Mustard yellow, even that green right there, I like that. They just don't. Nothing's painted like that anymore.
You know, they've started painting new cars of some different colors, but they're more of a, and some of them I like, but they're more of a dull color. I don't know how to describe it.
There's a couple guys in the town next to me that have not in the town next to me in Kemmer, that 18 miles away town,
right,
that have like this gray colored pickup trucks that are weird, kind of a weird. I don't even know how to describe it. It's kind of a weird.
New trucks.
Huh?
New trucks.
Yeah, new trucks.
Yeah, I know the colors you're talking about.
And I'm like, I might actually kind of like that, but
yeah, Brendan and I've looked at them just like, what do you think of that color? Because there's some of them I don't like, but yeah, I'm kind of like you. There's a few out there that are just kind of,
and then
I can't
there's
describe them either, but they're different. They've done something. There's something different about them.
then we've got some guys that are driving around in these.
Yeah, they're almost a matte finish, Tina, and some of them are. I would actually say some of them are matte, and there's some of them that are along that line, as in they don't look glossy, but they're kind of in between or something. I don't know I don't know what they actually. I need to look up colors on somebody's. That's what I should do. I look up, color finishes for cars and.
We ain't gonna talk about that next weekend.
No, we're not. No, we're not. You know what I'm thinking about talking about?
I'm just giving you a hard time.
No, I wasn't going to talk.
No good. We're going to talk about car seats and car colors.
No, we're not going to talk about that. I think I might like to talk about either next week or soon, and that's I'd like to talk about the acts that we fund wildlife and fisheries with, and I can't even think the name of them. That's terrible.
Pittman Robertson, maybe?
Robertson, yeah. I bet I'd like to talk. People don't.
Or Dingle Johnson for fisheries?
Huh?
Or Dingle Johnson for fisheries?
Well, I bet people don't really know how much that means to wildlife and fisheries. I mean, more that money for a lot of states, what that means.
No, most people don't have a clue how.
No.
Most people think that PETA funds like wildlife management. and they're nuts.
Well, that's funny. That's somebody might say that's kind of rich, because no, they don't. That's for sure.
Not a dime.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Especially if they look, if they've got any kind of special scheme on them. I knew somebody that was actually doing that, was putting those mats on cars. First car I ever saw done that way was in Florida. A guy that lived next door to me in an apartment bought a Volkswagen that had a wrap of some kind of tequila on it. I don't remember the brand name. It might have been Jose Cuervo. And it was the car was painted. Actually, the car actually looked pretty good because it was good paint. And he drove that thing around. He bought it from somebody else, but he got to continue getting the money. And they paid him like $150 a month to drive that thing around town. So
Stop it, Tina.
What's she doing?
She said she's going to stay mature and not talk about the second.
Dingle Johnson.
It's two people.
Yeah, it's two people.
Two people. Pittman Robertson was wildlife.
Yeah.
Dingle Johnson was. It's two last names. Sorry.
We've hung on here a long time.
We have. I'm gonna need to get going.
Yeah, I need to see if I gotta call Philip. I gotta go see him today or tomorrow.
I'm sure there's something.
And if it's raining today, I may wait and do it tomorrow. But I don't know what he's up to today. He may be gone. But I got to get that stuff to him before he takes off next week. He's got to pack all his gear on his motorcycle and then ride it down to Nashville, which is not a big deal. I mean, he would do that anyway. But
that was Ian. I'm sorry. I apologize, Miss Tina. I apologize.
Bingo. You
I
did it.
told you my glasses weren't working
He
correctly.
did. He said that an hour ago.
I
So
was looking at the feed, and I
Goodness.
apologize, Tina.
Yeah, we're gonna blame the new glasses. I think that's a
Now, well, they're not good.
good that proves it right there.
I thought I saw Tina, and I was like,
Well,
I'm going to stay mature and not talk about the second bill that Mark just said.
And I looked at it and thought it was Tina too, because I just glanced at it. She said that. So
I apologize, Miss Tina. And Ian, God bless you, buddy.
Be careful with new glasses.
We're gonna blame Mark's new glasses. They're not good.
No, they're not. I'm agree now. I
may have to go back to my scratched up ones.
Yeah, you may have to.
Because the font is like, I don't know. Which way do you go? Is it bigger or littler when the larger numbers are? If it's like 48 font,
it's bigger.
So if it's like one font,
little, teeny tiny.
Okay, I'm dealing in one font, so. But I can see the color of that truck.
Yeah, well, that's what counts. Ian says, tell that eye doctor you are yelling at innocent people because of him. We can he call you up as a witness?
I took these off and I can read that Tina said, it's okay, Mark. I too suffer from glasses wrongitis.
Wrong guy, glasses, wrong guy. Well, you got witnesses here, so if you tell that eye doctor that, you can.
Oh, golly. But I can look out and see across the river, and it's clear as a bell, but I cannot see up close now, which has never been one of my issues.
Well, see, now I gotta have, these are computer glasses.
Maybe I need some readers or something.
These have a bifocal reader on the bottom, and then they have a computer glass with just a little bit of magnification or whatever that is corrected for my eyes out to, that far, a little, where my arms are wide, and I can see great. But I have to put on a different pair if I'm going to drive or see long distance, because now I didn't used to need those at all. Now I have to have a different pair. I could have got trifocals and got that long distance and in the middle and then bottom, but my doctors, since I've never used that kind of glasses, they've not really recommended them.
So I just put my old glasses back on.
You can read now,
which I much prefer, and I can read that screen fine.
There you go. You're going to have something done there, buddy.
Dang it.
Either another pair of glasses to read with or computer with, or you're going to have a pair that's got a.
Well, and these are so scratched up, I wouldn't have gone in at all.
Except those are so bad you can't hardly see them.
Well, the dude was like, well, you got, like, when you got your glasses on, you got 20/20 vision, and I'm like, I can't look around the scratches anymore.
Tina, one question about that. Are you able to like read a book and see your computer screen, or do you have to get up book distance to read the screen? I've wondered about that, because I know people that have done something similar. The Brenda kind of does that. Her glasses are more readers. They're basically just readers, but I think she does have a bifocal now. And my tops, I'm able to read out, but my bifocal is, right here in front of me, like I'd hold a book, and I can't see the screen through them. It's blurry. But if I put my distance glasses on, then I can't see. I can see They got a bifocal, so I can read with them if I need to, but I can't see this screen from here. I have to have something out further. I mean, they're just focused out further. Wow, I had that truck up there so long. I got some kind of. Am I leaving already? Well, you bet.
Well, that's just silly.
Yeah, that was just. Which, the glasses or that truck thing?
The glasses thing.
Jeez, I'm doing that right now.
I mean, I've been wearing the darn thing since I was in 5th grade. And I would go like 15 to 20 years between glasses sometimes.
Yeah, but remember what we talked about earlier?
No, we're not talking about that anymore.
Okay.
I'm done talking about it. I'm done talking about old.
I had a doctor tell me one time I'd never need glasses, and I believed him till I was about 40, 45.
Yeah, I remember those days. Like,
things started changing.
You'll never have to wear nothing. I always had them as long as you've known me.
Yeah. Well, I can remember the story your mom told about getting you glasses. That was both sad and funny and heartwarming in a way.
They let me stay out of school and go to the woods.
Yeah, she said you stayed out all day looking at stuff.
And I was just amazed.
And she said she felt so bad because she thought, oh, all this time he's not been able to see.
But I don't remember it being that long. I just remember Dad like saying, hey, read that sign for me up ahead. We were driving down the highway and we were, the whole family was in the car, and Dad's like, read that sign to me. And I couldn't. And they're like, that's it.
Time to get glasses.
The teacher at school had said that I just kept moving more and more forward in the desks.
Uh-huh.
And she was worried about it. And then Dad like, read that sign. And I don't even know where we were. And I couldn't. And it's like, time to go to the eye doctor. He went through the same thing, but later in life than I did. But anyway.
Okay, buddy. I tell you what.
But these are better. These scratched up glasses are better than those new glasses.
I don't know. Maybe you could get some kind of fine jewelry polish and buff them out.
Maybe I could go back in there and like say,
just have your old prescription redone.
You didn't do the right deal, dude.
Yeah, something's wrong. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'd do something.
He was about 12 anyway.
He was about 12.
Yeah, the optometrist guy was about 12.
15 max.
I can't. That's something I'm having a harder time with.
Dealing with younger people.
It's like you've not lived life at all, and you're telling me what to do.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Anyway,
all right, guys. If you've hung around this long, which is a really long show, I just realized, then I appreciate it. Mark, you have a good rest of your weekend, buddy. I'll talk to you in a day or two or something. And everybody else, Ian, thanks for coming in, buddy. Thanks for hanging around with us. I think you're still here. I took my glasses off now and I can't see anything. So whoever's still left.
Everybody's still here. Thank you so much for listening to our long-winded tales.
Putting up with us for another long day. So, this one's long enough. I might not have to do one for 2 weeks. Kay said she likes her progressives once you get used to them. Well, that's what other people have told me, but I just don't know if I'm that old dog that don't like to learn new tricks sometimes.
Me too, buddy.
I'm that dog they wrote that about, I'm sure. All right, guys.
I love you, brother.
Love you.
Thank you, everybody.
Enjoy the ball game today. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Later.